Test, test, test. Okay, thank you.
Hello. Please be seated. We are going to start our session. A very good morning to all. Heading ahead with our second day session. Now we invite Professor Rajkumar Roy, our session chair for this session. We request Dr. V.K. Singh sir to welcome Professor Roy with small token of appreciation. Professor Roy is a globally recognized leader in manufacturing and cost engineering. Currently the Dean at City University of London. He has significantly contributed to True Life Engineering Services, TES. His collaborations with industry leaders like Rolls-Royce, Airbus and BAE Systems highlight the impact of his work. Please welcome Professor Roy. Sir, kindly session by.
Thank you. So, ladies and gents, thank you very much for your patience. We will now start with our first speaker for the session. Can you hear me at the back? Yes. Okay, good. So our first session is about the future of HPC and AI, and it's going to be delivered by Professor Michael M. Resch, and he's the director of HLRS Lab in Stuttgart, Germany, one of 3 national labs.
Yeah, I guess you can hear me in the back. Is it okay? Better now? Better now? Okay, that looks great. Okay, good morning everybody. Thank you very much, Professor Roy, for the introduction. As you already said, we're a national supercomputing center. We're mainly focusing on engineering applications. And what we feel is that HPC should be about these 4 topics. We need to support research, we need to also support industry, but we also need to support society and politics because they ask questions. And we need to answer these questions, and that's what HPC is for. Now, HPC was driven by what was called Moore's Law. For a long time, we were expecting to see an increase in speed of systems of like doubling every 18 months. And it seems that this law is over. But let's go back to what Moore once said. The Moore's law was the complexity for minimum harmonic costs roughly doubles by a factor of 2 per year. That's what he said. So keep in mind we are talking about complexity costs and some time frame. Later on he said it's going to be not a year but 18 months. And this is the technology that we see, and I go through this quickly. What you see is complexity actually is doubling. The complexity is still going on. We currently are at 5 nanometer, 6 nanometer manufacturing. We will go to 3 nanometer. We know that we can do that. We'll probably end up with 2, maybe 1 nanometers in the future. So we get more complexity. That's fine. But look at the other things. The corollary of Moore's law was that we get faster. And that's the green line. And what you see is it levels off already here in the year 2000. So actually Moore's law is over for roughly 25 years now, basically. And there is another issue, that's the cost of operation. That's the red line here. What you see is that power consumption has increased. We're currently at something like 200, 300 watt, something like that. And I can tell you that in the future we will see processors with something like a kilowatt or maybe 1.2 kilowatt. And that increases the cost of operations. Because if you pay for this, you're not in trouble. If you pay for this, it's getting interesting. And I'll show a slide later on. Now, Jensen Huang said Moore's law is dead. And he said this already 3 years ago. What Jensen Huang was talking about, he's the CEO of NVIDIA, what Jensen Huang was talking about was, I'm not going to give you my chips for the same cost. I'm just going to increase the prices. And that's what we have seen. And Keller from Intel said, no, innovation is not dead, we will keep going. But what she was basically saying was, okay, we'll find a way to double the performance, but she was not talking about the costs. And when you look at the 500 fastest systems in the world, you see what's happening currently. This one is the number one system. It's following this line here. So basically it's following Moore's law. So everything seems to look nice. But look at the number 500 here. That's the 500 fastest system in the world. And what you see happening there is this one. It levels off. The line actually is flattening. And basically that's what we see in the market. If today you spend the same amount of money for a new system, you get the same performance. That's what we see in the market. So basically, computers are not getting faster unless you have more money for the computers. And this is highlighted by what I show here. This is the amount of money that it takes to buy the number one system in the world. In 1993, it was 30 million euro. Today, it is 800 million euro. Now, there is some inflation rate. Yeah, but that was, at least in Western Europe and the US, roughly 2.5. So we should have seen something like 80 million, but we see 800 million. So basically what happened is we just paid for performance. The performance was coming from technology, but a factor of 10 was coming from budgets. And one of the reasons for these budgets is the power consumption. The number one system currently requires 23 megawatt. The number two system, 38 megawatt. And 38 megawatt is quite something. There are some African countries, the power consumption of which of the whole country is about 30 megawatt. Yeah? So we do have a cost problem and we do have a sustainability problem. For us as a center of a university, that's specifically complex and difficult because the university has to pay for the electricity bill. In our case, that's 10 million euro, and the whole budget of the university is something like 200 million euro. So about 5% of that budget goes into the power consumption. Now what has helped us over time was accelerators, and you see here the growth of accelerators, GPUs, so that's the green bar. The most exciting thing about this is that so many systems still don't use GPUs. They give you more performance, less power consumption, but they make programming more difficult. So when you look at this, you see that you're facing the end of the line, you're hitting the wall. So you have to do something about it. But the first thing you do is you increase your budget. But then you see, well, you cannot increase your budget infinitely. I mean, even governments from time to time think about costs. So what you have to do is you have to look at new architectures. Everybody is staring at quantum computing. We have heard talks about that yesterday. But when I look at quantum computing from the point of view of engineering applications, CFD, crash, all the structural mechanic things, they are not yet there. So we are looking at neuromorphic computing. We're just starting to explore that. We're looking at optical computing. The good thing about optical computing is that the power consumption is much lower because it's easier to get the light through the processor rather than to get the electricity through the processor. And we heard about biomolecular computing yesterday. All of these architectures are going to completely change what we are currently doing in HPC simulation. So none of them is going to just continue this performance rally that we had over the last 30 years. So everything has to change. The good message for me is that I will retire before these things show up in my computer room, so I don't have to care about this. But the other good news is that all my PhD candidates have a wide variety of fields to explore. So there is a hell of a lot of work for them to do. Now, in the middle of this problem of HPC, one thing that hit the community was AI. And if you think about AI, the first thing that comes to your mind is ChatGPT. ChatGPT in itself is not very fancy, it's not very good. If you ask questions to ChatGPT, you get stupid answers. I was told that I'm a physicist. No, I'm a mathematician. I was told that I'm a German. No, I'm an Austrian. But okay, that's ChatGPT. But what happened was that all the governments around the world said, we need to spend a hell of a lot of money for that. And I just gave you some quick pieces, like the US recently announced 100 billion up to 500 billion over 4 years. The European Union, the day before yesterday, or the night before yesterday, said, okay, we're going to spend 200 billion euro. Nobody knows where they take the money from. but they just announced it to feel good. The UK has a program with 1 billion. South Korea decided to buy an AI system. France recently, I think yesterday, announced, and they don't know yet how much they want to spend. We are currently in a situation where every government says, okay, I'm going to spend billions of euros. Maybe 10, maybe 200, maybe 500. Just to give you a rough number, the budget of Germany is 450 billion euro. But the European Union plans to spend something like 200 billion euros, so that's slightly half of the budget of Germany. If you stop everything like trains and everything, then you can pay for that. So I don't know what's actually going to happen. But one thing that is going to happen is an interesting thing. The more expensive these things get, the more people look at clever solutions. When the Stargate was announced, German journalists gave me calls and said, what do you think about that? Does Germany have to build the same thing? And I said, no, it's stupid. We need better models, not more supercomputers. And I was slightly worried that the next day everybody would say, Professor West doesn't understand the world because everybody has such big supercomputers and he says we don't need that. But like 2 or 3 days later, we saw this one here, which I liked very much, which was DeepSeek, and they spent 6 million euro, and they said it's about methods. It's not about performance of hardware, it's about methods, it's performance of your brain. Yeah? So I like this very much, and I hope that with this, things are going to get better. So how does this affect the HPC if we see so much AI? First thing is, we get worried because AI does not need double precision. They only need low precision. And when we talk to our vendors like NVIDIA or AMD and we talk about 64-bit, they say, well, we're not quite sure whether we will have that. Then we say 32-bit, they say, well, yeah, 32-bit maybe. 16-bit, yeah, 16-bit, that's great. Because everybody pays for the 16-bit and nobody pays for the 64-bit. We're getting into trouble here, but we have people working, especially in the US, but also in Saudi Arabia, for example, on methods for simulations that can work with low precision and still get good results. So we're trying to make up for that. The other thing we like very much is sustainable AI. People start to understand if you have such big systems, you have a high power bill, they know that, well, that's difficult to pay for. So this is going to be positive. But there is a side effect to this. We spoke to Jensen Huang September last year, and his message was very clear. You know, there is all these governments out there, and they don't say, I have this budget, how many GPUs can you give me? What they say is, please give me 100,000 GPUs, I'll pay whatever it takes. So negotiations for scientists currently to get hardware are not funny. Yeah, we don't like it really because they say, okay, we can give you a few GPUs, but we cannot give you a good price. So pricing is going up. It has doubled over 5 years for the same type of GPU, and not because the GPU was getting more expensive, simply because there is so many out there who say, I want to do AI, I'm going to pay everything. And then there is a discussion about ethics in AI. Originally I had this ethics in AI on my slide, and then I think like 3 or 4 days ago, President Trump decided to drop ethics entirely in the US. So I put it in brackets now. The Europeans still think about it. A few other countries also still think about it. We will see what's going to happen there. We think it is important, especially when it comes to using AI to make decisions about human beings, like in medical treatment or in courts, for example. Europe is contemplating using AI in court decision making, which I think is quite stupid, but at least we have these discussions here. Now what I see happening, and that gets me to the end of my talk, and I hope I'm on time, thank you, is what we call digital convergence. What I say is, okay, there was this AI community, and I do remember when I was a kid, we had all these things on TV, AI is going to be the future. That was like 50 years ago. It went away, it came back. But what we have today is we have HPC, we have a huge amount of data. With AI, we have methods to analyze the data. We have the performance to analyze the data. And the key part that is missing, and that's what we see at our center, but we also see it worldwide, is people who understand the whole world. People who understand what's in the data, where did the data come from, what does that mean. You're treating patients, you better understand what the medical data are about. You need to understand the hardware, you need to understand the methodology of AI, and we have hardly any people who are able to understand the whole picture. And we need to bring these things together to find solutions. And I'll give you examples here. What we think is going to happen, I'll go quickly through this. We think we will see simulations that create results and then AI to analyze it. That's the first step you can do. We have a lot of aerospace engineering simulations of the last 30 years, and nobody understands what in the data, because every PhD candidate works like 5 years and then stores the data and then moves out. The next PhD candidate, so you have like 50 PhD candidates in 10 years, and nobody knows what they did, yeah? But you have all the data. So that's the first option. The second option is that you use AI to create the data for an input and then do the simulation. So these are the easy ones. Then you do AI, get to an initial solution, do the simulation, or you do the simulation, then use AI to spread out and explore the parameter space, and then you sort of do a chain of simulation AI. You try to improve the simulation using AI, and try to improve the AI results using simulation. And finally, you sort of do a co-design with simulation and AI working on the same program or the same problem at the same time. And I'll give you an example where it actually worked. How many of you have heard about COVID? Raise your hands. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure that you get some exercise so early in the morning, okay? So it was like end of March, early in April, when the German government announced a complete shutdown of the country. And like 3 days later, I got a phone call at 11:30 in the night, which is in Germany unusual. So it was one of my deputy directors. So usually it sent me email at that time of the day, but I picked the phone up because it sounded like it's urgent. And the guy said, "The Federal Institute for Population Research needs our help." I said, "Okay." And he said, "Can you talk to the vice president?" I said, "Yeah, okay." So I talked to the vice president. Vice president said, "We are talking about Germany, highly industrialized country, right? We think it's well organized, right?" The vice president of the Federal Institute for Population Research told me, "We are well prepared for a pandemic. We have a model to simulate what's going to happen. It works for 1,000 people." I said, "Well, we have 84 million people in Germany." And he said, "Well, that's exactly our problem. Can you help us?" So we helped them do this, and we predicted the intensive care unit usage over the next weeks. And so what you do is you get the data from the Robert Koch Institute, you analyze them using AI, you go into a simulation on a supercomputer, and you feed it back to the Federal Ministry of Health and the Interior. Now, how many of you have done simulations with human beings? You can raise your hand if you want. It's just another physical exercise. Yeah, okay. So what is it that human beings usually do? They don't behave properly. They don't behave like your simulation. And one of the reasons is, if they know your simulation results, they know what's going to happen, so they behave differently. So we would have expected, well, if we tell them that they are running out of ICUs, yeah, they would change the policy, so people's behavior would change, and we would never see what's going to happen. But we were lucky. The governor of one state decided to ignore these simulations, and so he ran out of ICU units. So the army would have to come in and fly out the patients from his state to other states, and we knew that our simulations were correct. So I'm very grateful to this governor. Well, that's just an example. Now the summary is, we see a changing landscape because Moore's law ends. There is no more free lunch. You don't get more performance if you pay for it. GPUs give us an extension. It's sort of a lifeline extension. But maybe it's 5 years, maybe it's 10 years, and then we have to move on. New architectures are not yet mature. The next project we do is explore any architecture we can get our hands on. We need to find a sponsor to pay for this because there's like 10 to 12 architectures and each of them want money from us. Yeah? But we will do that. AI gives us a new type of application. We may see that simulation is less important, AI becoming more important, so we might have to change the way we work with this. Digital convergence, I believe, is going to work and give us better solutions, and AI and simulation together may make things better in the future. And with that, I'd like to thank you, and I'm open to your questions. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have now time for questions.
Yes, sir, I have a question.
Please.
Thank you, sir, for your talk. I want to know, does it promise that AI and simulation give a very promising future if the AI is based on the low precision? Because if any technology that is based on the low precision, I don't think it can guarantee a promising future. It should be highly precision that is required for a good technology. And we already show that AI is not very promising. It's a very error-based. And as far as the architecture is concerned, so if we consider both the artificial intelligence and the high-performance engineering, so what is the role of AI in the development of that architecture? Should we develop that architecture without the artificial intelligence, or by taking together these two different domains, it will give a better future? Though we are very suspicious about the outcome and promising future of AI. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the many questions. You basically covered nearly all of the field of research that we see coming up in AI and simulation. With respect to accuracy, we don't know yet what's going to happen. What we see is, and let me be very open here, and Jensen Huang supported me in saying this, AI currently is just pattern recognition. Yeah? And what we see with ChatGPT and all these things, it's pattern recognition, and that doesn't get us anywhere, because every scientist knows that if you do pure pattern recognition and just say statistically everything looks like this or like that, you run into trouble. You have to look for cause. You don't have to look for a correlation. And AI currently is looking for correlation. What we see is that these methods could be useful, and that's why I say digital convergence can help us. But we are far away from telling exactly what AI can do for simulation. I am not absolutely sure that AI will progress in the way that most people in the world expect it to progress. Because we see breakthroughs, but when you look carefully into that, it's pattern recognition, pattern recognition, pattern recognition. And that won't help us, because as scientists, we're looking at cause-effect relations. We are not looking at patterns. Yeah. Now, AI will help you in certain fields, and that's why I encourage my researchers to look into that. It will help us where you need to analyze and see where the patterns are. And that's, I showed this example, or I talked about this example of having these many PhD candidates. If you can analyze what they ever did so far and find patterns, you can use that to get a better start for the next PhD candidate. But we're only there at that point. So I don't know what the future will bring for AI, but if we stay with the pattern-driven thing, I don't think we will get anything, but rather some of these clever telephone agents to which you talk then and you get annoyed because they're so stupid. Okay.
Thank you very much. Any final question? Yes.
Sure.
Convergence of HPC and quantum computing is possible?
HPC and quantum computing, absolutely. We see that at LRZ, which is another German national supercomputing center close to Munich, they're using quantum computing as an accelerator. So you can offload certain types of, or certain parts of your simulation of the quantum computer and speed that up. And that might be one future for quantum computing, that they act as accelerators. So far it's technically a bit complicated to do it, but there is some hope that within like 5 years or maybe 8 years, you can make it a standard thing that you have a quantum computer part in an HPC computer. And the other thing that I see is that if quantum computing keeps going in the development as it is today, then within 10 years I might see a system that helps me solve problems, but it will be different types of problems. So I think the research community was very much focused on the partial differential equations of the 19th century. And then the computer was the machine of the 20th century to help them do the numerical methods. We will see a change in this paradigm. We will come up with new types of problems, new types of equations. So I think the quantum computer will shape our science in the sense that we move away from continuum mechanics as we saw it yesterday towards more particle-based mechanics, which might be very useful. Yeah. So I personally think that quantum computing will be very successful in the future. It's just hard to say exactly which technology will prevail, and it's hard to say exactly when we will see something that is really made for production in a standard environment like ours. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Once again, thank you, Michael. Now I would like to invite our next speaker. She is Professor Girija Chetty from University of Canberra, Australia. Her topic is Multimodal Generative AI, the next frontier in AI. Now, before she starts, there's a little bit of felicitation process. Our colleagues are getting ready for that. you need the mic. I request.
Hello everyone. Can you hear me? Thank you. Hi everyone. Thank you very much for coming over and for your patience for the delay that's happening. But I am very thankful to the organizers, Professor Singh, Professor Awasthi, Dr. Neeraj, who I met yesterday, and Dr. Roy, Professor Roy, the chair of the session today, for the time and listening to my talk and giving me an opportunity. So I think I would like to keep the presentation short, so I prepared it like an extensive one from our work. I think we have just heard a very interesting presentation about the HPC and AI and the convergence and how important it is. My focus is on a slightly different, sorry, I think this is not the presentation, it's the other one. I'm very sorry about that. This was the presentation in ID 360. Sorry. Yeah, that's the one, thank you. Why is it not showing the same thing? Yeah, that's the one. Okay, this is about more focused on an application. One of the application is how to use generative AI for medical image analysis. More an application focused paper. And I think we heard about generative AI, ChatGPT, and the recent one, DeepSeek, but they're all more focused about the text. But in this case, we are talking about the medical images to solve some of the important problems where I think it is very important to have technology like ChatGPT and DeepSeek, but people only think about how to use that for text more, but not much on the images. And that's my focus. Okay, so I just will cover some of the outlines that were specified for the template. And I think the technology for the ChatGPT or DeepSeek technologies all leverage the deep machine learning technologies, but for doing that in a medical domain, it's slightly, when it involves the imaging analysis, it slightly takes a different form. So what we have from here is to address the shortage of types of medical images, and especially in the areas such as cancer and other areas. So in those areas, we need to have a scans of different types. You know, you have to find a proper diagnosis of the cancer. You need to take MRI, then CT, and then X-ray, and all these can be done together to actually have a second opinion, third opinion, and fourth opinion to make sure that what stage of the cancer is there and how to actually reduce or treat the tumor with the radiotherapy. This is again next step. So first diagnosis, then staging, and then diagnosis and the treatment. All this requires imaging-based treatment. Because when you do radiotherapy, you actually track the size the tumor is reducing, and for that you need the medical image. Now, not all hospitals can have 10 different types of scanning methodologies. They can't have MRI, they can't have CT, they can't have X-ray and FNAs and all those 10 different types of radio methodology. Especially in poor nations, you have got Africa and other countries where they can't have remote locations, all types of scanners, big machines. So what we try to do is have one scan, but try to simulate the other scan. So you have an MRI, but you can simulate CT by using generative AI approaches, just like what is done in ChatGPT, is a generative thing, or a DeepSeek. You simulate CT or simulate one kind of T1 MRI to T2 MRI. For example, if you have a brain tumor or a brain hemorrhage or accident, you try to get the different coils of MRI, like T1, T2, T3, and then try to actually find out how big is the tumor or how much is the hemorrhage in the brain in the case of an accident. And for that purpose, we try to simulate another type of modality from one modality using the generative AI. And this is the multimodal computational framework I'm talking about. Now, I think the importance we looked at this use case is there is so much problem with the disease of cancer, especially in the developed world. In the developing world, also these days I've been reading a lot in India also, cancer has been taken over quite a lot, given that the population is quite big, so the impact, the burden of disease is quite high. So the cancer is something which is probably a silent killer. We don't discover that something has gone wrong until it's gone to stage 3, stage 4. Everything looks normal. So that's the biggest problem. Traditionally, X-ray based imaging is used, and these are like different types of radius, X-ray, CT, and CBCT, MRI. But some of them are invasive, or some of them are like radiation. The radiation is not good for us. If someone has a cancer, they have to repeatedly take so many scans, and then also for tracking the treatment, we also have to take more scans. So this is not good for overall well-being and overall treatment. So we need to have an approach where you take minimal scan, but use generative AI, just like ChatGPT and DeepSeek, to be able to create other modalities. That's the thing. Now, this is what I have talked about. I'm not going to read that because we have short of time. I would have loved to explain everything. So what we are trying to do is to create synthetic MRI, synthetic CT, synthetic cone CBT. So each of them is used for different purpose. One is for diagnosis, other is for staging, third is for treatment or radiotherapy. And that's the overall framework which addresses that, is the aim of this proposed framework which my team is working. I just put a statistics. Australia is a small country, only 22 million. I think I actually was, I grew up in India 30 years back. I lived in Mumbai. Mumbai's population is about 20 million. And what you can see, Australian population, the whole country is 22 million. And the incidence of cancer is extensive. The burden of this is extensive in Australia. Because of the several lifestyle factors, alcohol and smoking. I think even the females has extensive smoking in the female teenagers, especially. So, and of course, the impact of COVID-19 pandemic has been so bad that people were not getting scanned in time. So that's actually made the disease worse. People were not getting diagnosed, people were not tracking the staging of how disease is getting worse. So this is making the kind of generative AI for medical image analysis, treatment and diagnosis more important, and with our proposed framework will help us do that. I think based on some similar technology, similar concept. We got an international grant between Australia and India, and for actually doing the image analysis for malaria detection in Orissa. We have a research team, collaborative research team in near Bhubaneswar, Rourkela. There's a town called Rourkela where we actually have got this grant to develop similar generative AI technology, but not for this MRI synthetic treatment of radiation therapy, but also malaria. And again, it's imaging. Malaria is extensively there in the rainy season, especially in regions near Orissa. So this talks about how an impact of the disease and how much you are going to have in down the track in 3 years' time. So I think the details of this is in the paper. The paper ID 379 is described always in the proceedings. Please have a look. So this having a computer-based tools which can be low resource. I mean, we have great having GPUs. I mean, we did this work in GPUs and Google Collaboratory with T4, CPU and all. But at the end of the day, we need a small device like mobile phone where we should be able to have a solution. So that's the aim of this, using low resource computer research source. So these are the research gaps. Currently, we don't have that kind of technology at a low resource level where you can, doctors and practitioners can go into the villages and try to do that. So this talks about all those things, and the proposed generative AI framework tries to address these challenges, and we divided that work into 3 parts, and each of the parts uses one section like diagnosis and staging and then radiotherapy treatment, and that's what this talks about. Stage 1, stage 2, stage 3. So that each one is for different tasks. Where is the data coming from for these? Because it's a very high end hospital data from real patients. So we participated, we are participating in different types of challenges. There is one of the challenge is stage 1 where you have to generate a T1 MRI data to synthetic T2 MRI data and vice versa. And that's for the brain tumor detection. So this paper talks about how we do that. So this is the one, which is a computational framework solution for generating synthetic MRI from a generative AI technique, which is called as generative adversarial neural networks. Okay, that's the generative AI models used for 3 different models. One is a UNet model. Those who probably don't do deep learning, they know what is UNet. UNet has been there for a long time, but we have come up with a conditional generative adversarial network model and then cycle-GAN model. These 3 models were able to give us the generative synthetic MRI for detecting the SMT2 coil from T1 coil. So let me go to the results. As I said, I'm not going to talk about each model because of the lack of time, but if you see the proceedings, we have got the paper. I've got 2 minutes left. Done. I'm almost done. So UNet model gives this performance. The first row you see that brain tumor, that's a T1 coil MRI, which gives one, the kind of information of where is the tumor. Okay. The second is the T2 coil that gives the depth, different kind of view on what is the tumor. The third is the synthetic. The synthetic is what the generative AI model is creating, and it should be as close to the second column. More closer it is, it's more accurate. And that is a qualitative visualization, and quantitative is what you see is mean absolute error, peak signal to noise ratio, and structural similarity index matrix. So as you can see, those metrics tell us how good is the synthetic MRI actually compared to the real MRI. So this is for the UNet 1 model, and this is the conditional generative adversarial network model, and that is the cycle-GAN model. They look similar when you see that, but you have got a different values of the quantitative when you see the mean absolute error and others. So this is the first step, and we are working on the staging project that how the disease is progressing, is it getting worse or getting better, and the third one is actually for treating, send the ways to kill the cancer. So what we came up with is novel model based on what ChatGPT and DeepSeek does, but not for the text, but for only images and images, and that can significantly address the shortcomings in what medical field has currently. Thank you very much for your time. Sorry, sir, I have started taking the time. Happy to take your questions.
Thank you. Time for questions. Who wants to go first? Sure, please.
Yes. Thank you, ma'am, for a fascinating paper. I was seeing the images, so I think that this synthetic MRI will increase the challenges. Because I found few images were clear, but I found that in the classical MRI, the normal, the one image that was, so it will create the challenges. And my second question is how the different modalities are bring in alignment to this multimodal network, and how should we rely on the data, because authenticity of data is very, very important through this multimodal network. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you for the question. So that is why we rely on the worldwide challenge competition. So the data that's provided by the SynthRAD competition that's happening for every year, and the SynthRAD competition is the data collected by different hospitals all over the world, and then supervised by different clinicians, not the IT people like us, but the clinicians who look at the authenticity and correctness and alignment and how good is the quality of each, and they then look at the approaches we use, and then the visual experts are there to say this synthetic MRI is actually as good as this real MRI slide, and that kind of second from the real clinicians is used for in the challenges, and then some people gets award for getting the best. So even though we have a quantitative scores, it is a doctor's opinion is taken into account to see how good that is.
In India, we have a lot many people and not a lot many hospitals, and a lot of data is lying. Yesterday we were talking about that. One thing is that the source of cancer is not known so far. The second is, what if we have all those data, and if we can predict this kind of, or this particular person might have cancer? We'll not tell the patient, but we'll just keep a check and balance and somewhere. And the second is, we have so much data that we can, once we know that what kind of people have that, we can really find out what are the causes of it, and then circulate and make the awareness kind of thing. These are two different questions. If we could do that, because you are into it, you might tell us the intricacies and how we can do it and not do it. That's
Yes. Thank you, Professor. I think it is definitely possible. Currently, this one may not be doing it. But yeah. Sorry. Yeah. So what I was trying to say is, currently this may not do that, but that what you have got, the richness of the data we have, and there's so much we can predict even before it happens, and then track it, and before any symptoms appear, or the disease stages. Yeah, stage 3 we don't know until. So early detection and diagnosis is something we can do it, but we need to have a ground truth. Normally, if we have these are all the stages of cancer, advanced stage cancer, we have a truth that how bad is the cancer, unless we have that kind of ground truth, which is very hard to actually come up with automated methods. But then we have doctors, they serve as the ground truth. We need to work collaboratively with the clinical hospitals and where they actually provide input, and then we can train the AI model to actually match with that kind of decision. So that's definitely possible. I think we need to have more collaboration, and this is what I have, I think I have come to India after a while, and I want to extend this as an open collaboration between different universities, between different groups and different individuals to visit our lab, and we can exchange data, we can exchange methods, we can exchange, as I said, we developed from the Orissa Malaria Detection Project, we have developed a big database, which is unique. You know, India's data is so much rich and unique, and if we can make it open to the world, they will know how we can contribute to this area as such. Thank you, doctor. I hope I answered the question.
Thank you. Can I just make one comment and then we move on? I have some experience working with Indian institutions where one of the big challenge was sharing images, sharing data between countries.
Oh.
Because the Indian government rule for data share is quite mature and quite stringent.
Yeah.
So how do you manage that? For
So
example,
I think for the malaria detection project, we went through HMSC, Health Ministry Security Clearance.
Okay.
And that took like 9 months to get a simple sign off, and then yes, you can take the data of the malaria patient's blood smear, okay, convert it to digital slide, and then put a digital microscope, and then put it on the image data, and put it on the cloud and share it with us. That took 9 to 10 months, and the Health Ministry Security Clearance is needed. And they ask like hundreds of forms we have to fill up.
Yes. Thank you.
Of course it's there. I mean, we have to follow the protocols.
Sure. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, okay. That was nice.
This is from the organizer, Statue of Mathura.
Oh, that's beautiful. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, our third speaker, there is a change, and we are going to have Quantum Computing Revolution in Problem Solving by Amlan Chakraborty. And this will be online as well. So we are setting that up. Good morning, well, good afternoon. Still good morning. Professor Chakraborty, can you hear me?
Professor Chakraborty, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, clear.
Excellent, excellent.
But your image seems to have frozen.
I don't know why. I don't know. Yeah, it seems to be frozen. Let me log in once again.
Sure, please do that. And while doing that, let me say a few more words. Professor Amlan Chakraborty, he is from University of Calcutta, West Bengal, and he will be again talking about quantum computing, which we had quite a bit yesterday, revolution in problem solving.
Hi, okay, so can I start my lecture?
So
Right.
I just want to verbally facilitate you, which
Okay.
you would have got it if you are here, but we wanted to show our appreciation for your time. Thank you, and please go ahead. Can I
Hi.
request to reduce the time a bit, because we are running a bit late, as you know. by around 5 minutes, if that's possible.
Yeah, I will try to wrap up by 20-25 minutes. Okay.
Okay, thank
Yeah.
you.
So thanks. Okay, thanks for inviting me. Actually, I was supposed to be present there physically, but as you know, my younger sons, okay, 10 plus 2 ISC exams are ongoing, and today has the exam for 1 p.m. So I have to drop him also. So okay, so I couldn't reach there physically, but maybe next time I will be. That means I will be going to this conference because Professor V.K. Singh is very close to me. He invited me for this conference, and I am very happy to join all of you on this platform. So now let's try go back to my presentation, which I will try to discuss about this fascinating world of quantum computing. Okay, I will try to more focus that how the split systems work, right, and how we can build algorithms and what are the state-of-the-art techniques available to build algorithms and write and deploy it in the quantum computers. Okay, so so this is my talk. I hope that my screen is visible to all of you, right?
Yes, it is.
Is it visible? My screen, my presentation,
Yes, it is.
first slide.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, is it visible?
It
Okay,
is.
fine. Right.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay. So this tells about the shift in computing paradigm, right? Actually, we know that our early computing started with electromechanical computers, which is on the extreme left, and presently which can only do certain calculations, okay, not computing as real, okay, because the scalability and the number of operations were very less, okay. But at present we are at that age which is called silicon VLSI, okay, which is in the middle, right? We know that the fascinating world of transistors and miniaturizing of the size of the transistors are actually making from multi-core to SoCs and SoCs to chiplets, okay, right? And we can now do a lot of computing within a small chip, which gets into a device or a smartphone, right? And we can do so many things, right? Multimedia processing, video processing, communication, so many things. So, okay, because the squeezing of the size of the transistors, which are presently of the order of 2 nanometers, 1 nanometer, 2 nanometer Intel technology, okay, and soon will be something between 1 and 2. So when we are going into that, this dimension of transistors, all of the transistors are 1 or 2 atomic layer depth, okay? So now whether we can go, when we go farther, okay, when we go farther to this, right, what happens? So when we go farther to this, we can expect to a paradigm which is computing paradigm which is completely different than what we do in the silicon hardware based classical computer. It's called the quantum computer, and which goes in an extreme right, which are actually the computing is defined on the states which are of the subatomic states of matter, which means that in the neutron, electron, spin of neutron, right, energy of electron, right, and so many things we can look into, right, because squeezing of the size, let's ask the atomic states of matter, and then we can look into whether we can do something computing. So the thought process here is that, hey, if we only want to get into this squeezing of the size, and that leads to quantum computer, okay, might not be all interested, okay. Right, so the second interesting case in quantum computer was proposed by Peter, by the phenomenon physicist, right, in 1980, right, and what he said is that if you want to simulate quantum physics, okay, if you want to simulate quantum physics, so we call quantum computer, because classical computer cannot simulate quantum physics that efficiently. So quantum physics was pretty good in mid-1990s, and so people actually looked at, hey, if quantum computer can be used for simulating classical quantum physics, and that was one of the push why quantum computing was pushed. But still the computer scientists wouldn't have been interested in quantum computer Okay, right? Unless the research of Lord Brover, David Deutsch, Peter Shaw, right, which shows that really there is an acceleration, right, using quantum computing. There is a way by which we can, which we can solve some of the intractable problem in classical computer very easily in quantum computer, right? And that was the real push that from researchers like computer researchers like us, who wants to get into quantum computer. So now what I show, I show that a comparison between a classical computer and a quantum computer, right? I hope that this has been discussed as I heard that a quantum computer lecture is already being done. So I don't get into details of it, but what we see that in terms of the superposition of states, the computing capacity in a quantum computer increases exponentially. Vice versa, classical computer, where with resource the computing capacity increases linearly. And that is obviously why we go for quantum computer to solving the larger problems. What's the thought process of telling the quantum supremacy? Because quantum supremacy means that you can work over a larger data space, right? And you can compute within a much smaller time than the classical computer can do, because due to the inherent nature of the superposition of qubits, the entanglement of the qubit states, right, and interference, constructive and destructive interference, which are the three phenomenon which happens in the quantum computer, which doesn't have any analogy in a classical computer. But having said so, there are some issues also. So when we say that the computing will be done on the subatomic states of the matter, it means that we are actually working with the matters which are extremely unstable, right? Small interactions can actually change the state of the matter. So at that state of matter, if you are doing computing, we have to take care of the errors. And still now, errors are still pretty high in quantum computer. And the challenge is that once we increase the number of qubits, this error increases. So if I want to have a larger qubit quantum system, my error will restrict me to not to go with that, because that will increase error. So somewhere we have to go with a policy that will increase the number of qubits to crunch much larger problems and to make the quantum computer very useful. But on the other hand, the errors are something which is a killing factor. Though we know that we have progressed a lot in the handling the larger qubits and handling the errors, because 5 qubits, 15 qubits, 50 qubits, 100 qubits, and now the distributed quantum computing even 1,000 qubits, and the promise by 2025 we will have a quantum computer of 5,000 qubits, and maybe 2028 we will have 10,000 qubits. So all these promises means that we have found out certain way to handle these errors, right, in a better way, and we can build larger quantum computers. And the last point is that, computing algorithms, right? What we will compute in quantum computer. It is not a thumb rule that that all the computing will work with a quantum computer. So we have to find the algorithms, which can exploit the quantum mechanical parameters of the quantum system, right, and useful in the algorithms, and those algorithms will be suitable for quantum computer. Like we know that all computing is essentially not machine learning. Similarly, all computing will essentially not be quantum computer. It will be a sort of accelerator, for certain algorithms, quantum computers, and that's the way we are trying to focus. So let me move on to I don't think that I want to discuss this because I think that preliminary things have been discussed, but just to tell that this is a quantum state space. A qubit, smallest quantum system is a single qubit state. Right? This is a single qubit quantum system, which is called a single qubit state, and this qubit state space is defined by a Bloch sphere, which is a three-dimensional sphere having 3 axes, x, y, and z. And we have a state represented as the ket psi, which is a quantum state, and any point on the surface of the sphere is a quantum state, right? The state vector is a vector which we draw from the center of the sphere to the surface of the sphere, connecting the state psi, Now, if we try to tell that what is the state transformation of a single qubit system, a state transformation of a single qubit system is that moving from a point in the Bloch sphere to another point. Okay, right? And how does the vector can do it? Vector can do it by changing two parameters. Okay, this vector, the quantum state vector in a Bloch sphere, okay, the state space of a single qubit system has two parameters. One is theta and one is phi. Okay, so the theta is the angle what this vector makes with the z-axis. You can see the z-axis, which is from north to south. Okay, and there's the x-axis and y-axis. So theta is the parameter what the vector makes with the z-axis. Phi is the parameter what the vector makes with its projection on the xy plane, and the angle the projection makes with the x-axis. So these two parameters, theta and phi, if we update, we will actually transform from one state psi on the surface of the Bloch sphere to the another state psi dash on the surface of the Bloch sphere. So what does it mean? It means that fundamentally the state update of a single qubit system is nothing but the rotation. Either rotation across z, or rotation across x, or rotation across y, right? Or a combination of all of this will lead to something which is called a single qubit state transformation. Okay? And if you go further, this single qubit state transformation for specific values of theta and phi are being defined as some specific quantum gates, like the Pauli gates, Pauli X, Pauli Y, Pauli Z gate, and the Hadamard gate, okay, which gives a very good superposition, or unbiased superposition. So Hadamard gates takes a vector which can be perfectly aligned to the z-axis, okay, to the x-axis. So that so that means it can generate perfect superposition of a single qubit state, right? And this is what is the qubit system, qubit state. Okay, we have to understand the qubit state space pretty well. What are the transformations we can do? What are the conditions we have to follow, so that you can understand a generalized multi-qubit quantum state. Okay, and multi-qubit quantum state is a quantum machine. Okay, is a generalized quantum machine. So apart from this qubit state, there is also one important thing, is that a qubit state is a vector, and the vector is measured. So when I say a qubit state, it means that suppose the general qubit state, okay, it means that a qubit has a probability of getting measured as 0 or getting measured as 1, and 0 or 1 are the two extremes in the z-axis. Okay, and the two extremes in the z-axis. So most normally we measure the vector across the z-axis, and we represent the vector as a superposition of 0 and 1, which means that if a vector is any point between 0 and 1, it has some probability of getting measured as 0 and some probability of getting measured as 1. But when we say this, we have also other options. Okay, the options are there that the vector can also be measured across x and y. Okay, in the case of x, we tell the two extreme states of plus and minus, which is actually 0 plus 1 by root 2 and 0 minus 1 by root 2 if you convert it to the z basis, or the plus I and minus I, which is in the y basis. So a vector can be, a state vector can be ideally measured either across z or across x or across y. Though normally in the algorithms, when we look, we'll see that the vectors are either measured on z or either measured across x. And this gives you an opportunity to tell that, hey, it is not the vector only I want to know. I also want to know on the measurement axis on which the vector will be measured. Then only I will get the correct data what I have encoded in my qubit state. And that is obviously the good thing in the quantum in the qubit system compared to classical, because the classical means to measure the register value, you read the register value, you are there, right? In a quantum, you cannot just measure the register value, the qubit state, right? You have to know what is the measurement axis across which I will measure the qubit state, because that is the uncertainty part in a quantum, and that is very well used in a quantum communication. Okay, right? Encoding the data, right, in terms of the random basis states. Okay. So I'm not getting into details because the time is less. I'm just giving you some of the things which are pretty interesting and which are pretty different in a quantum computer corresponding to a Pascal computer. And if you can use this well, right, probably you can do good. Okay. I think I will skip this. That means as fundamentals already been discussed. Okay, these examples gives you that what is superposition, right? What is entanglement? Okay, I will skip this, considering these are very fundamentals. Okay, so what I come here is that I come here with a sort of, with a sort of very summarized information that what I get in classical computer and what I get in quantum computer. Okay, so classical computer means that I work with the 0 and 1 states of the bit, okay, which are different states of the bit. Okay, in a quantum computer, okay, though we have a 0 and 1, but we can have a vector which is something lying here in the block sphere. And this vector, if we try to measure across the zero, that means if we try to across the 0, it will have some value. And if we try to project it across 1, it will have some value. So it means that the probability of measurement of this state vector across 0 and 1 are different. It can be the same if it is perfectly superposed, right? Like an Hadamard gate operates either on 0 and 1. So what it means, a single qubit can store two values, one of its probability of getting measured as 0 and one of its probability of getting measured as 1, right? So a single qubit can store two values, the 2 qubit can store 4 values, and this way the n qubit quantum system can store 2 to the power n data. And that is fascinating, right? In the case of classical, n bit storage can only store 1 n bit data. In the case of quantum, an n bit storage can store 2 to the power n data, which is enormous in compared to the computing capacity I generate in a quantum computer. Apart from this fascinating qubits, what we have is that the gates are completely different in the quantum and the classical, right? Quantum gates are basically functions which operates on the bits and tries to generate some output, okay? Depending on the function like AND, NOT, or OR. In the case of the quantum, you can have single qubit gates and you can have coupling gates, 2 qubit gates, because in technology we don't have higher gates, right? Remember, so in the logical we can have a 3 qubit gate, 4 qubit gate, 5 qubit gates logically, but if you look into the technology, what is actually implemented in the quantum system, you will not get anything higher than a single qubit or 2 qubit gate. Now what this single qubit and 2 qubit does? So this single qubit and 2 qubit only transform the qubit states. In a single qubit, as I said, the transformation are only rotation operations, okay? Rotation across X, rotation across Y, rotation across Z. So it's called Rx, Ry, Rz gates, or Pauli rotation gates. And the coupling is either across the states across X-axis or Y-axis or Z-axis. So these are the coupling gates, and these coupling gates, in some cases, are entangling gates. Okay, I will show what's entanglement. I have stated the entanglement. Entanglement is something, the strong coupling between the 2 qubits, where we cannot bipartite them. We cannot express that particular qubit state into 2 disjoint qubit states. Okay, so that is a special coupling. So some of the couplings, okay.
Can we please now have 2 more minutes?
Okay, thank you. Okay, so some of the couplings are basically which were disjoint, some of the couplings we cannot, okay? I will show a skip of the time, okay? So what I show here is that, so, yeah, fine. So, what I can show here is that the quantum states, okay, if you increase the number of quantum states, you can generate distributions, okay? Right, and these distributions are so important because we are going through the quantum machine learning and those type of applications, okay, where we know that learning distributions is pretty important, okay, right? And I can show that, and you can all can visualize using this qubit states a different form of rotations, biased rotations, and entanglement. You can generate different types of distributions. And mapping to a training data in the case of machine learning means that you are trying to learn the distribution which is given in the training set, okay? Right? And I can guarantee you that quantum systems are the best possible systems which can generate distributions at your will, okay? And to generate distributions, what you require parameterize all these quantum operations in terms of their angular rotations. And these angular rotation parameters are similar to the weights of the neural network, okay? And you can train this with a training set, and you can try to find that, hey, So what is the distribution this quantum circuit can generate, which will exactly map the distribution or nearly map the distribution of the training data, right? And once you do that, you have learned that if you have made a quantum machine learning model which can work perfectly, okay? And this is what is a different type of approach in actually doing the machine learning in the quantum system compared to the classical system, okay? I will just close here, bring that, okay, what is this quantum system, okay? So quantum system is much more complex than a present classical system, right? In terms of the stages of operations which we do. You can also argue with me. You can tell that no, sir, VLSI classical VLSI hardware is pretty complex too. Also, yeah, I agree. But the thing is that the habitual we are very much familiarized now with the design flow of the classical computing, starting from a high level logic synthesis, okay, to its hardware in the layout and taping out, and also designing a compiler based on the ISA, which can handle the software, okay. But what we are still in a sort of building phase of quantum computer, and this is what is a structure, okay. So as you know that India is in a national quantum mission, and I am the very part of the technical expert group on the national quantum mission for the algorithm, for the quantum algorithm applications, and we have a physical quantum computer built by TIFR, 6-qubit quantum computer, and there is a superconducting quantum computer. Okay, and what we need to do ultimately is that we need to put a like this. So ultimately a quantum instruction, okay, which comes from a high level circuit description to the optimization of the circuit, and then it comes to the control signals which actually controls these qubit operations. And these control signals depends on what is the technology you are following. If it is superconducting qubit, this is the RF pulses which works for a finite duration to a particular qubit. Okay, it can influence the rotation of the qubits of the quantum state of the qubit, or it can couple the qubit with the other adjacent qubit and make a 2-qubit operations. Okay. Yeah, so I think I will stop here. So this is what I tried to tell you is that what are the different aspects of quantum computing, which are pretty different, which are not a classical pipeline of a processor architecture which happens in our present computing machines. It's a different types of the software development process which exploits the quantum algorithms, and a different types of machine model, okay, which goes with a control sequence of pulses, okay, controlling the physical qubit states, and the computing works on that, okay, right? And that type of thought process you should have when you try to think something on a quantum computer, okay?
Thank you.
Okay. This is a full stack scenario of a quantum computer. Okay, full stack we say, so we start with a problem definition, similar like a classical, right? Then we go with a quantum algorithm description, okay, which is still we all know that.
Thank you very much, Professor Chakraborty. We have time for questions. Any question for Professor Chakraborty? Yes, please.
Thanks, Dr. Chakraborty,
Can you hear
for
us?
giving the wonderful talk to here the quantum computers. But there is play the important role Blech sphere. You explained definitely fantastic, but I want to know that Blech sphere can be obtained with the help of spherical coordinate. Are you hearing me?
Repeat the question once more, yeah.
Yes, I want to know that in the Blech sphere we can obtain the all calculation by using the spherical coordinate.
Yeah. This is a polar coordinates actually.
Yes.
It's a polar coordinate because you have the theta and phi and the vector. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. It's a 3-dimensional polar coordinates.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. And in the place of the Blech sphere, we can obtain the Hilbert space or not?
Yeah, it's a Hilbert space. The algebraic form and the state form is obviously Hilbert space, which I didn't discuss here due to the paucity of time. But the transformations are all fundamental transformation of the Hilbert space, and this Bloch sphere is basically a particular form of a Hilbert space.
Okay. And rotational and magnification are the need essential role or not? in this quantum computing?
Rotation is the essential transformation. Okay, right? And the amplitude what you measure of a vector depends on the rotational angle and on the axis on which you are measuring. If you are farther from the axis, your projection is less. If you are closer from the axis, your projection is high. So it means that when you try to rotate, if you try to amplify the state, you have to bring the state vector closer to the measurement basis.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you very
Thank you.
much. And with that, we need to conclude this first session. And once again, thank you all for coming.
Thank you so much, Professor
Thank you.
Amlan Chakravarti, for being with us. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, sir. Okay, so we will get back after 11:40, after a short high tea. So we will move forward in front of the seminar hall for the high tea. Thank you.
Yeah, keep everything. Yeah, just go for a high key. Yeah. How are you? Yeah, it manages the time.
Thank you.
नहीं यहाँ से अंदर जाके वो क्या नाम करूँगा इसको पोज कर दो लाइव चल रहा है ना इस पे और नहीं होगा ये यहाँ से नहीं होगा एंड स्ट्रीम होगी पोज नहीं होगा इस पर फोटो लगा दो कोई ये लगा वो चलता रहेगा ये वाला नहीं इसमें पड़े हुए हैं इस कैमरे को जूम कर ना इसमें रखा है उन्होंने कर रखा है ना तो उसको लगा दो फिर वही चलता रहेगा आगे यूनिवर्सिटी ने कर दी, वहाँ से उन्हें हटाई नहीं, मैंने रिजल्ट भी नहीं देखा, मैं एग्जाम्स की तैयारी नहीं कर रहा था, उन्होंने अपना सब अपडेट कर दिया। फिर जब मैं पेपर किया तो उन्होंने बोला मत कोई फायदा नहीं है, ये वो अब मैंने इनसे सुबह बात करी, मेरे उससे मतलब नहीं है। अब मैंने यूनिवर्सिटी बात की शुरू में भी सब की 85 90 गई है फर्स्ट सेम में, उस पर भी नहीं आया मेरे को।
अभी बाहर क्या हूँ ना
करेगा ही क्यों? पता नहीं वो
First talk, yeah. I think I met your wife and daughter last night.
Oh, yeah. True.
Yeah. So did you have person?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. She actually got lost person? Yeah. Oh my God. Oh my God. Yeah.
My wife lost track because then she was pushed aside.
Oh my God. Yeah. Okay. Oh my God. And your daughter is there? Yeah. She's quite nice. I enjoy talking to her. She's quite good. So you want to get us
आप ऑनलाइन चला जाओ।
जब से मैंने जानने के लिए तो बात हुआ, मैं तो सिर्फ ये ऑन करा गया था। बोला
ये लोकल वो स्ट्रीम
उधर पे लगे तभी ये ऑन अच्छा वो मैं जान
और दूसरा चल रही है, इनको बंद कर दो।
Our next session chair is Dr. Girija Chetty. We invite Dr. Chetty to the stage with a small token of appreciation presented by Dr. Shikha Govil ma'am. Dr. Chetty is a distinguished professor in computing and information technology at the University of Canberra, Australia. She has over 35 years of experience spanning industry, research and academia. She has held several leadership roles and currently leads a dynamic research group, a senior member of IEEE and ACM. Her expertise lies in multimodal system, computer vision, data mining, and medical image computing. Please welcome Dr. Girija Chetty. She will continue the talk sessions from here. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Hi, I hope you all had a nice tea session. After a very interesting set of talks we had, I think in this session the first speech has already been delivered as part of the previous session, and the next one, top 12, is a online session. Isn't it online? Yeah. The presentation is on India Innovative Paradigms in Parallel Computing, Bridging Theory and Applications by Professor Samir Asiri, a computational scientist at KUST, Saudi Arabia. Thank you, Professor. This has to go live, right? again. Hello, Dr. Ansari, are you here? Asiri, are you here? Hello?
Yes, hello. I am here.
Can you please start your presentation?
Yes, hi, do you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Thank you.
How can I share the slides?
Can share by.
What now?
Can you see an arrow?
Okay. Oh, yeah, I can see.
Click on that.
Okay. After 10 minutes, right?
No. You can start. We are waiting for your talk. If you can just start right away, that would be great.
Okay. Okay, let me see how to share the slides.
Yeah.
Yes, which one? Or is there, I'm telling you, I didn't follow that. Okay, so I should go there.
Hello, can you see the...
Yes, we can see it.
Okay. Okay, shall I start?
Yes, please start.
Okay. Hello, hello everyone, and thank you for joining me. My presentation is titled Innovative Paradigms in Cloud Computing, Bridging Theory and Application. Today, we explore how advancements in parallel computing are transforming various fields and addressing contemporary challenges. Let's start with an overview of how parallel computing is woven into the broader context of technological innovation. We see tremendous advancements in fields like artificial intelligence, quantum computing, and cybersecurity. In electrical engineering, innovations in renewable energies and smart grids are on the rise. While electronics engineering is harnessing the power of microelectronics and the Internet of Things. These fields are fundamentally interconnected and drive a new wave of technological progress. Parallel computing has evolved significantly, introducing crucial paradigms including data parallelism and task parallelism. Data parallelism allows simultaneous processing of large data sets, essential for big data analytics and machine learning. Task parallelism, on the other hand, distributes tasks across multiple processors, enhancing efficiency for complex simulations and real-time applications. In this slide, we focus on benchmarking techniques specifically for passport transfer, FFT applications. FFT plays a crucial role in various fields, including signal processing and image analysis. Existing benchmarking techniques help evaluate the performance of FFT algorithms across different hardware configurations. This evaluation is essential for optimizing computational resources and ensuring efficiency and performance critical applications. By analyzing executions and ensuring efficiency and performance critical applications, by analyzing execution times, memory usage, and scalability, we can identify the most effective strategies for using FFT in parallel computing. Optimizing these techniques can profoundly impact advancements in areas such as telecommunications and digital computing. Reproducibility is essential in high-performance computing. It ensures that our scientific results can be validated, which is vital for collaboration and trust in research. Additionally, enhancing efficiency through optimized algorithms not only reduces computational time but also improves overall system productivity. These aspects are critical as we tackle larger and more complex data sets. Collaboration is a key advantage, it advances parallel computing. We see knowledge exchange forms, fostering discussions and academic partnerships, creating strong ties between universities and tech companies. Community-driven innovations such as hackathons and coding competitions also stimulate new ideas and solutions. These collective efforts accelerate progress in the field of parallel computing. Looking ahead, the future of computing relies on collaborative innovation among researchers, industry leaders, and academia. By embracing open innovation, we can break new ground and address complex global challenges more effectively. So it's about leveraging our collective expertise and resources for a better future. Now let's delve into the initiatives taking place in Saudi Arabia, where I come from, regarding high-performance computing, artificial intelligence, and quantum computing. The Saudi government recognizes these technologies are pivotal for economic growth, launching several policies to promote their development. HPC centers across the country are being established to provide critical resources and training for researchers. Additionally, AI initiatives are fostering research and collaboration with international organizations, bringing valuable expertise into the local ecosystem. Likewise, the potential of quantum computing is being harnessed with funding and partnerships aimed at integrating this groundbreaking technology into various sectors. These efforts are not just about technological advancements, they are also about creating a knowledge-rich environment that can propel innovation and sustainable economic growth in Saudi Arabia. Here I'll go through a survey on the landscape of quantum computing to explore the current state of the quantum computing field, highlighting its key players and their innovative approaches. So NVIDIA is leveraging its expertise in GPUs to develop a quantum computing platform that integrates quantum and classical computing, facilitating advanced research and applications. The IBM has established a robust quantum computing ecosystem, offering cloud access to quantum systems and tools like Qiskit for developers to create quantum applications. The Quora is taking a unique approach to quantum computing, utilizing neutral atoms to create scalable quantum systems that can tackle complex problems. Quantum combines quantum hardware and software to deliver powerful quantum solutions, focusing on practical applications across various industries. Orca Computing specializes in photonic quantum computing, offering solutions that are highly scalable and suitable for integration with existing technologies. Pascal is innovating with neutral atom technology, aiming to provide versatile quantum computing solutions that can address real-world challenges. Xanadu focuses on photonic quantum computing and is developing tools and platforms that enable users to harness power of quantum technologies. IonQ utilizes trapped ion technology to create quantum computers that are known for their high fidelity and potential for practical applications. D-Wave is a pioneer in quantum annealing, providing solutions that are particularly effective for optimization problems in various sectors. The future of quantum computing looks promising, with ongoing advancements and collaborations expected to drive innovation and new applications. And with this, I thank you for your attention, and we'll be happy if there are any questions. And this barcode takes you to the Quantum Computing Reading Group page that I co-organize here at my
institution, King Abdullah University.
Thank you. Does the audience have any questions for the speaker? How many labs you have in quantum computing? What kind of lab you have? Can you highlight that, Dr. Sama?
Okay, we don't have labs yet, but there are. I mean, we have established like.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Did you have to say anything?
Yeah. We are just planning the different universities to start labs, and we aim to build a quantum by 2030.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Can everyone give a hand of applause for the speaker?
Okay, thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you. Our next talk is talk 14. It's again online. The applications of AI and quantum algorithms in finance and physics simulation. Dr. Shantanu Ganguly. I'm not sure who is presenting from the team, but yeah, it is Dr. Shantanu Ganguly.
Hello.
Hello.
Something.
So,
Something.
Victor Makolo,
Yeah.
did you have a presentation in this session?
Yeah. Talk number 13.
Oh.
Emphasis of dynamic visualization.
With Dr. Ramesh Bansal?
Yes. Yes.
All right. Are you ready to present? Are you
Yes,
ready?
but maybe I'm just waiting for my colleagues because they say they will join at the time scheduled.
Okay. So the time
So I think
is
that
at,
I will wait for the colleagues.
okay, 12:30, we're waiting for
Yeah,
whenever you're
yeah.
ready. Yeah,
Yeah, in like 15 minutes, right?
okay.
Good.
15 minutes.
Sure.
Yeah. No worries. Thank you. See you in 15.
Good. See you. So I'm just waiting here, right?
Yeah, we'll keep waiting because
Okay,
we
okay.
have got another presenter coming at that time, soon after.
Okay, good. Okay, good.
has more than 25 years of diversified experience of scholarship of teaching and learning, accreditation, research, industry, and academic leadership in several countries. Currently, he is a professor in the Department of Electrical Engineering at University of Sharjah, and also the extraordinary professor at the University of Pretoria. Previously, he was professor and group head of the EC Power in the ECE department at the University of Pretoria, South Africa. Prior to this appointment at UP, he was employed by the University of Queensland, Australia, University of the South Pacific, Fiji, and BITS Pilani, India. Professor Bansal has published over 450 journal articles, published papers at conferences, books and chapters in books. He has Google Scholar citations of over 22,000 and H-index of 70. And he has supervised 25 PhD, 5 postdocs, and currently supervising several PhD scholars. His diversified research interests are in the area of renewable energy, wind, PV, DG microgrid, and smart grid. Professor Bansal is an editor of several highly regarded journals, including IEEE Systems Journal, ECPS, SIG-SC. He is a fellow and chemical engineer, chartered engineer, IET UK, fellow Institution of Engineers, India, fellow SA IEEE, and senior member at IEEE USA. Professor Bansal, we are honored to have you here. Thank you. We would like to felicitate you with a token of appreciation for your presence. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Bansal. You can have the one.
Good afternoon, everyone. So it is a great pleasure for me to present for this conference, international conference on this communication and computing and control. So I will presenting a little bit different topic, but it is very much relevant that how we need the need electricity power in the recent time, and how we are building our network the smart. Okay. So here I will present a little bit time constraint. So I will quickly just try to present a few things. So basically, how the development is taking in the electricity sector, how electricity is being generated in the recent time, and how we are implementing this computation control technology for making our grid very smart. So in this context, I would like to present that how we have been generating electricity worldwide through the fossil fuels. And one of the big concerns with the fossil fuel, as we see, is that environmental pollution global, which is badly affecting the health of the human being and vegetation. So you can see that how much, when we are generating electricity, how much pollution is being produced. So it is big concern. Climate change, as you see how the pattern of this climate is changing worldwide. Last year you would have heard that flood in Dubai, so there is no rain. So this sudden summer in Europe. So basically we are seeing this thing. So this is really a big concern unless we try to be careful about these issues. I always try to present like this very simple, interesting slide. Like if you see that how electricity being generated in the coal-based power plant, a very small power plant, 30 megawatt. So how much coal is being consumed? You can see coal being consumed 1 kg per second. And if you think that how much coal will be produced in a day or in a year, and if you see that like our country, we have more than 250 gigawatt of the plant capacity. So the amount of coal being used, amount of the emission it will cause is huge. So we need to see the alternative ways of electricity generation which is sustainable in the longer run. And with the coal, how many more years can go? So this is another challenge. So in this context, like we need to see that how the trend is changing, how is the power mix in terms of coal is declining because of the obvious reason. And then of course the use of hydro and nuclear is quite stabilized, the gas is quite stabilized. The main interest worldwide is to have this electricity generation through these renewables, the small scale generation. So current share, if we see, is around 15%, but if you add the large hydro, then this share will be obviously significant. So the modern approach in recent time to generate electricity through smaller units, whatever renewables are there, wind, photovoltaics, making use of that. That has great benefits to use the green technology. And then of course the power loss in the systems are significantly reduced. There are several other benefits, but at the same time there are so many challenges with the renewables in terms of it is weather dependent, so highly unstable, and where it needs lot of these high techs to forecast, use all these intelligent techniques, weather forecasting. So this is very important. And then several other challenges like the protection systems, which has to be significantly modified. And then of course power flow is bi-directional with the renewable integrations. Basically this is another challenge. So if we just need to compare various technology, distributed generations, in terms of what are the sizes, how are the efficiency, the great part what we see with the renewables, that basically in most of these renewables there is no fuel requirement. They are free, like the wind, solar, they are free, and basically they are very much environment friendly, so which leads to have the great benefits going towards the this renewable technology. Of course, when this integration is happening, then grid codes needs to be followed in terms of fault-free capability, active power control, reactive power control. So this grid codes needs to be followed. So a little bit the status of this wind onshore and offshore. The worldwide installed capacity has already around 1,000 gigawatt, and then of course every year installed capacity growing, say around 10% of the previous all installed capacities. And these big size of plants are being developed in the capacity of around 1 gigawatt. So we have in our country a few plants of those ratings. Interestingly, you can see how this size of the single wind turbine is increasing. You see around 1980s wind turbine size used to be very small, but now you can see the size of wind turbine, it has grown like the 10 megawatt, which will require the wind turbine blades. Blades you can see around 200 meters is such a big size of wind turbine blades, just two times of the football ground size. So you can see that how big are the wind turbine blades, and then of course it needs the sophisticated control techniques, role of the power electronics, it becomes extremely important. And you can see this very recent report that onshore and offshore, the single wind turbine size in future very soon we can see that it can go for the size even up to the 25 megawatt capacity, single wind turbine in the offshore. So the size is continuously expanding. So these renewables are both onshore and offshore are progressing very nicely. Then talking about this, as we have the solar, same way we can have this small size wind turbine installed on the rooftops of the building if in future this technology matures. So in future we can see that we also have this small size wind turbine also being installed on the rooftops of the building. Then another great technology is solar photovoltaic system. How much potential we have from the sun? So if we can tap the whole potential from the sun for 1 hour, it will be sufficient for the whole world for 1 year. If you just use the electricity from the sun for 1 year, it will be sufficient for 1 year. So you can see how much potential we have got from the solar. And then you see electricity generation from solar is so convenient. You just place the panels on the rooftop, no noise, and completely silent operation, and this installation is very quick. If you talk about the other types of power plants, installation it will take 5 to 7 years. So this solar offers so many advantages. And then interestingly, we can have the solar very small size, individual homes. It could be like the university buildings, or it could be kind of the realistic power plants. Another great applications like our country, irrigation based. So we can have just like say for this these water pumping applications based on the solar. So you will see that, and interestingly, as compared to wind, how fast it is expanding. So growth rate you can see is 30%. Within a period of 3 years, worldwide capacity just becomes double. So the growth rate for the wind is really significant. Our country, we can see that we have already got the power plant size more than 2000 megawatt capacity. If we see that any power plant has the capacity more than 2000 megawatt, we call it super thermal power plant. So these PV systems are not like this small scale, but they are really in a very big capacity and big size, and we can see that how they are expanding. Around 2010 at University of Queensland, we used to have the 5 megawatt solar plant on the various rooftops of the building, but now this is not new. We now see that there are many buildings where there are, this photovoltaic system is existing. 2 years earlier, the University of Queensland had their own 64 megawatt of the solar power plant. Any university having like say 64 megawatt power plant is really great. So university can conduct the realistic research, and this electricity can be used for feeding the power into the grid. Now, very interestingly, this question will always come that whether these renewables, what we are talking about these batteries or PV panels, whether they are really environment friendly or there will be any waste or like that. So in very recent US report, you can see interestingly that how much is the this waste coming from the municipals, and this is year 2015 going up to 250. So waste from the municipals, waste from the coal. If you see this much size, and whatever the waste we are going to have from these PV panels, batteries, etc., you can see the size. You can easily compare that it is not something a big concern. Okay. So this is not an issue. Particularly the situation for our country. So now we don't have, like as we used to have shortage of power, but we are now self-sufficient. And not only that, in our country, around 40% of electricity comes from the renewables, including large hydro. So we are very well placed. We are proud of that. And then basically, if we see that the potential in our country is really great in terms of wind, solar, and small hydro. So there is great potential. And some of the very interesting issues, I examined a few theses in Gandhigram, Tamil Nadu. So some of the issues it comes is the land issue. When we have this photovoltaic power plant or wind, there is a land issue near the cities. So how we optimize. So this issue is very nicely taken, that whatever the small size wind power plant which has served their almost life, so they can be replaced by the bigger size power plant, and then the space in between can be used to have additionally photovoltaic systems, and so the space issues can be avoided. Then interestingly, you can see the cost of these renewables. So very interestingly, you can see the cost of the electricity. A few years it used to be like the 6 units, 6 rupees, around 6 rupees for wind and solar. But now the cost for the solar, you can see interestingly, it has come even less than 2 rupees per unit of the electricity. So this is really very cost effective. If you see any conventional power plant or even in the wind, so cost is no more an issue. They are very friendly and they are very cost effective as well. And interestingly, like our Indian government so has great plan even to have the 500 gigawatt from the renewables. Okay, it needs to be little bit a challenging task, but as we commonly hear that Modi ji hai to sab kuch sambhav hai. So basically this is like, it appears to be challenging, but with solar we are expanding so much. Okay. So it is quite feasible, and we are really great that whatever we used to have government project always delayed, but that used to be the past story. Now we are quite ahead even of the schedule. Okay, so we are really very proud of that. So there are several renewables technologies coming up, particularly talking about this battery storage, their application in the electric vehicles. If we talk about the smart grid, what is the smart grid? We have this our conventional grid, but now we are coming up like this renewables, electric vehicles. So all these, whatever the technology we are talking about, the communication, control, computing, what is the status of the electric vehicle, state of the charge, so get the signal, whether the power it can be fed into the grid or charge. So everything in the smart grid environment will depend upon these 3 C's. Okay. So here in the smart grid you can see first is the infrastructure, which comprising of the power grid, then information and communication. The role of information and communication systems becomes extremely important. How this smart grid will be managed, what tools, technique will be used, what is the aims and objectives in terms of minimization of the cost, minimization of emissions, and on the top of that, how and which techniques will be used, conventional intelligent techniques. So this is there. Then the third aspect of the smart grid, which is basically, the protection, maintaining the security and privacy of the data. So through the smart meters, lot of the data will be acquired by the utilities. So how the security of and privacy of the data will be maintained. So this is like one of the important aspects of the smart. So smart grid doesn't mean that everything is existing will be replaced, but it is you see, we still need the conventional power generation, but more emphasis on the renewables. Electric vehicles are coming up in a big way. How these electric vehicles will be charged. So this is there. Then utility, how they can optimize their bills through the smart meters, and then how the customers will be benefited in terms of that there is customer expect that there will be no more monopolies. Customers can get affordable electricity in this environment. So here in this power sector, we talk about the smart grid. So you can see use of the conventional power generations, renewables, electric vehicles, smart buildings, and the role here becomes very interesting. We are talking about the power flow, but at the same time how the signal flow is there. So that is a thing. So I try to give a very short presentation. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Wish you all the best. If you have any questions, I will be more than happy to reply. Thank you much.
Thank you, Professor, for a very interesting presentation and talk. I think we would like to now present the appreciation again. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, the team member was waiting on the waiting list, so you can let him in. He was requesting to join, but he was not let in. So you can let him in.
Yeah, so I think we have tried, there's no one here. I think we're not able to see any of the team members. We can't actually.
Yeah, he has been here like for 15 minutes waiting. I'm not sure if maybe he has cancelled the request to join. I'm not sure. But he told me that he was waiting around 12:30. I'm not sure if he is still waiting to be let in or he has disappeared. I'm not sure.
So do you want to check or do you want to speak first?
Yeah, let me just speak to finish up this stuff, because if maybe you can let him in when he requests to join again.
Right. So are you ready?
But yes, I'm ready. I'm ready to finish this up.
So now I think he has joined now. Can you see him?
Yeah, I think on yes, yeah.
Antanu Ganguly. Is that
Yes, hi.
Yeah, hi. Is Peter Mukolo presenting or are you presenting?
I'm presenting.
Okay. So.
Should I share my?
Right. So.
Okay.
Dr. Peter Mukolo will be presenting his presentation. Can you share your screen and start?
Yes, I'm going to do it right now. Can you see my screen now?
Yeah, not yet.
Yes.
Confirm it. Can you see my screen?
Yeah.
Good. Okay. Now I'll be presenting our paper ID number 193 with the title Synthesis of Dynamic Virtual Inertia for Microgrid System Application. And on behalf of my colleagues, my name is Peter Mukolo. I'll be taking you through this presentation. And these are the contents of our presentation. Just to start with the introduction, as we now understand that there is a transition from the traditional conventional power plants to the low carbon power system, and this transition almost has been already in application. And we have to understand that this transition is not as smooth as we think. It is related to so many challenges, and one of them being the reduced and dynamic virtual kinetic inertia in the system. And now this is also related to stability issues and power quality and reliability. So we need to think of something or the solution to cut off these challenges, which is coming on the modern power system. And so ensuring the stability of a modern hybrid system requires careful analysis. And we understand that the PV and the wind and the batteries are incorporated in the modern grid. So we have to think of minimizing the battery size for economic reasons and to provide the support to the grid when needed. And this will imply to the reliability and stability of the modern grid. And the motivation behind this proposed work is the dynamic nature of the inertia in the modern grid. That there are times you can have the low inertia in the grid, and at times you can have the high inertia, and this is due to the stochastic nature of the renewable energy which are associated with the modern network. So during the low inertia periods, when there is disturbance in the grid, there are some issues with the frequency response, and the drop-off can be very high, and the nadir of the frequency response can be very big. So in these scenarios, we think now we have to come up with some solutions to cater for these issues. And one of the solutions now we proposed in our paper is the dynamic virtual inertia control strategy to support the frequency response. And in this approach, we use the energy storage systems to support this stuff. And by so doing, we stabilize the grid, tie metal grid. And the picture shown here is the overall model of the system with this dynamic virtual inertia support. And the question there present the question related to the model. And of most important is the last question, which produces the virtual inertia power to the microgrid. And to have this adaptive, we come up with a parameter, this data here, which is now trying to make the overall power injected to the grid to be more adaptive. And this data we obtain it using the fuzzy control technique that it will be adapting depending on the environment or the condition of the grid. So this will be changing to make the overall proposed synthetic inertia or digital inertia to be more adaptive. And after having said that, now we have some simulation to support our proposed method or our approach. And this is the simulation which shows how the frequency response is improved with different values of the synthetic or dynamic virtual inertia we proposed. So the blue one, the blue trace, is the one which we have no at all the virtual inertia. And we improve the frequency, as you can see, by having this dynamic virtual inertia in the system. And we also tested with the voltage response, and we see that there is some kind of improvement in that. And we can see that the battery response during the frequency deviation from the nominal or the reference value. So we can see this is the one which is triggering the battery response to smoothen the frequency in the network. Also, we tested with the current at the PCC, and we can see that there is some kind of improvement when we have the dynamic virtual inertia control strategy compared when we don't have that. And we test for like several days, like for this was for 1 week. We can see that there are energy management, how the energy management in the storage system changes. So in this now we can lead to how we can have the best design of the battery management system or the storage system at all. And after having said that, we come to the conclusion that we have developed the dynamic virtual inertia for microgrid system. And with that, to improve and maintain the frequency regulation of grid-tied microgrid system. And the results show that the proposed dynamic virtual inertia scheme behaves as the virtual synchronous machine, whereby the grid, connected microgrid, can exchange power with the grid. This means the inverter can provide the much needed power support for frequency and voltage regulation as per their required range. And these are some of the references done in the start. So after saying there, I'm happy now to answer your questions. Thank you so much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Peter.
Yeah.
Does anyone have any questions to the audience, to the speaker? Does the audience have any questions to the speaker? Thank you. There are no questions from the audience. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your kind attention.
Yeah. Thank you.
Good.
Goodbye.
Okay.
So is the next speaker available, Mr. Shantanu Ganguly?
Yes, I am, ma'am. Thank you.
Yeah. So the talk is on application of AI and quantum algorithms in finance and physics simulation. Dr. Shantanu Ganguly is from Sandbox HQ, Ashford, UK. You may proceed to talk, Dr. Ganguly.
Sure. Thank you. May I share my screen?
Yes. You see that there is an arrow going upward.
I got it. Thank you. Can you see my screen now?
Yes, yes. Yes, we can see it.
trying to find the presentation mode. Please bear with me. Sorry, please bear with me. I'm just trying to find the presentation mode. Slideshow. Yeah. Is that? Can you still see my screen?
Yes, we can see you.
Excellent. Thank you. So yeah, my name is Shantanu Ganguly. I'm a principal engineer. I work for Sandbox AQ, and I thank the organizers for giving me the opportunity to present today. And without further ado, well, first thing is I'm going to present on what the company does basically, our product line and solutions, mostly leveraging quantum and AI. And in the last phase, I'll present the paper that we have submitted to this conference as well. So this is not working, is it? Please bear with me. The screen isn't moving. Do you see the screen moving? Yeah. Okay. So a quick introduction to the company. It's a Google spin-out. It came out of Google back in 2022, and Eric Schmidt, Google's original chairman and CEO, is our chairman as well, and our CEO is Jack Higgery. So yeah, we came out of Google, and basically we have 4 different product lines. So one product line is post-quantum crypto or post-quantum security. Basically, we're looking at crypto agility, addressing the post-quantum threats. The other area of is the combination of physics with AI, where we come into with AI simulation and optimization, look at chemical molecular modeling, material science. And the other area is magnetic anomaly navigation, such as in aircrafts, which a product line which we call AQNav. And the fourth phase is the paper we have presented to this conference, which is hybrid classical quantum generative algorithms for financial modeling and prediction. And this paper, well, I'm the main author, and along with me there is Dr. Liang from Kingston University, UK, and also Professor Macris, also from Kingston University, UK. So without further ado, what we do with ActiveGuard for cybersecurity is address the post-quantum threats that are coming out in the market, and that's something that has been taken up by NIST back in November 2020, where they actually came out and said that every organization should have post-quantum security by 2025, this year. And this is basically resonated by the U.S. governments on many areas. I'm based out of UK myself, so in UK there is massive activity, as is in EU. So we are working on standards bodies. We are working with standard bodies, and we have our product out there. It's called ActiveGuard, and what we are trying to do is we're trying to navigate the transition. Most companies have a lot of cryptographic assets, but they are not quite conscious about how to manage them. So basically, they have their firewalls, they have their cloud-based security, etc. But all these security areas have specific gaps, and those gaps come in because their encryption and their cryptographic assets are non-compliant to standards, be that generic standards or be that company standards. So this is where we come in. We allow them to innovate or do a discovery of their existing cryptographic artifacts, and then basically remediate any gaps with standards and compliance. And this, what it does do from a business perspective, is saves a massive amount of money and business reputation. So the ActiveGuard product, the post-quantum crypto product, basically has, this is the high-level architecture for that. So we have analyzers to do cryptographic analysis on the networks, on the applications, and on the file servers. And then we have a control plane, which is the brain, basically, of the entire product. So it takes all the data. So for example, the network analyzer looks at a post-quantum crypto, let's say, of data in transit. Excuse me. And then the file system analyzers looks at similar encryption for data at rest. So what this control center does is it takes those, does a cross-referencing of the data, and actually tells you where you have threats, where you have vulnerabilities, and then the remediation center, which we call Protect. Now, it's a productized name. It helps customers to basically bridge that gap without any interruptions in their IT infrastructure or user experience. And these are all integrated with open source tools or third-party tools such as Tanium, ServiceNow, Jira, etc. So it's a robust enterprise-grade industry level product, and this is something that we have customers from large corporations. I'm going to go over to main area of the chat. I think there's some background noise. This is AI simulation. And there are several areas of AI simulation. So one is life sciences, one is chemicals and materials, and one is finance and logistics. Is this finance area that we will address towards the end of this talk? So in life sciences, where we're focused is to designing of powerful drugs that solves the world's major killer diseases. We saw one in very recent times in our lifetime. We saw what COVID does to people. And these are the areas where we are targeting with AI simulation, and not just AI simulation, but AI simulation boosted by quantum algorithms. Similarly, in chemicals and materials, we have similar focus where we are trying to develop novel materials to radically improve the cost, performance, and most importantly, the go-to-market timing of most strategically important things we make. So we have a great team. The company has 80% of the employees in the company have PhDs, and we keep hiring, and we have a massive amount of people who moved with us from Google. So from a point of view of know-how and developers, there is no dearth of knowledge. And we bought CryptoSense, the post-quantum crypto company, back in 2022, and we bought Good Chemistry in January 2024, about 1 year ago. And this is where our portfolio got boosted with the molecular modeling for chemistry, for quantum chemistry. Going forward with materials, I mentioned what we do in material science and R&D. A massive challenge is making new materials is hard. It takes about 10 years on an average. And evaluation of the possible composition of materials, test them, iterate them, then basically characterize them is a massive job. And as you see, there's about 10 to the power 177 possible combinations of materials in the market, right? If you look at the periodic table, so it's almost an unfathomable, unsolvable problem. So one of the issues is, let's say, vehicles need to be lighter because then they'll be more sustainable fuel-wise, but they need to be as tough and as strong as they are today. So how do you do that? We try and discover new materials. So average time spent in a material discovery is about 10 years. There are thousands of chemicals. And this is where we come in with our good chemistry portfolio, as in molecular modeling of portfolio of quantum molecular modeling. So what we are doing is we're doing the simulation in virtual space. We are creating the model predicts certain characteristics, and based on those characteristics, we are generating material theoretically. And then we are basically going on to the design, synthesize, and test phases. Taken alone, AI models cannot reliably extend their training data. And the problem there is a tiny fraction covered by current AI is unable to do predictions outside of the training, far outside of the training sets, right? So finding new solutions to new materials requires searching and optimizing in new chemical spaces. And this is where we are coming in with our GenAI, proprietary GenAI modeling and algorithms. And in the absence of sufficient data, GenAI does not extrapolate well. So that's where the problem is. And training LLMs is expensive, probably not as sustainable in the long term. And there are other issues there as well in terms of hallucinations and training gaps and poison data. So what we do is we use physics-based calculations along with AI to enable provably accurate predictions, and this is where we're coming with our own modeling architecture called LQM, so large quantitative modeling, and we are using quantum-boosted or physics-boosted algorithms and calculations with AI to bridge the gap I spoke about. One of the use cases, molecular simulation. If we try to simulate a penicillin molecule, we are looking at 42 atoms, which is looking at about 10 to the power 86 classical bits, and which is approximately, which is about more atoms than in the universe, 10 to the power 86. But in quantum space, you need about 286 qubits. And these days, for the last couple of years, there are companies who have come out who have made it possible for us to actually simulate faster, giving a high performance computing boost. Some companies like NVIDIA, we partner with them, and they have come out with DGX Stack, DGX Quantum Stack. They've come out with CUDA Quantum as SDK that gives a boost to this part. I'll very quickly go through the magnetic navigation. Our product is called AQNav, and basically it's an alternative to GPS. It uses the Earth's magnetic field as a signal, and in recent times we have seen many GPS instances, especially over Europe, where there have been GPS jamming, hindering even commercial airlines to basically turn back on their path and go back to where they came from. If you Google, for example, Finnair and GPS jamming, you'll find quite a few instances there. So what our AQNav or MagNav technology does is, because it's not dependent on GPS, it actually does quantum sensing on Earth's magnetic field. It is resistant to GPS signal blocking. And it improves accuracy by almost 4 times over gyroscopic based systems, which is something that's still used. These are some results on calibration effects, and by the way, I should mention that if you're interested in the slide decks, please feel free to get in touch. I'll be happy to share them with you. The calibration effects you see on the left is the uncalibrated signal versus noise ratio, and then we actually treat it with our internal proprietary AI algorithm, and then on the right side you see how we match them. The matching is almost exact. We have tested out AQNav with various defense organizations in the US and the UK, and also the air forces of the countries. It was elected as one of the 10 best inventions of 2024 by Time Magazine last year. So these are just what I mentioned. So without further ado, I'll move into the paper we have published. It's submission ID 1041 in ICC 2025. It's called Hybrid Classical Quantum Generative Algorithms for Financial Modeling and Prediction. So why quantum algorithms in finance? The financial industry is massively exploring quantum computing's potential for optimizing various stuff, not just investment portfolios, but also risk assessment, stuff like portfolio analysis, forecasting of stocks, security definitely, and companies like Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan, HSBC, and several others. They have been involved in quantum domain for quite a while. Some of the applications, I think in this paper we have basically focused on 3 different applications. One is of QGAN, which is quantum GAN, quantum generative algorithm, quantum generative adversarial networks. Excuse me, QLSTM, which is the quantum version of LSTM, long short-term memory, and QCBM, which is quantum circuits-bound machine, in an effort to see if it gives us some advantage in financial forecasting. So methods and results, coding and simulations for QCBM and QGAN, we used NVIDIA RTX 3070 and 3060 GPUs on Linux Ubuntu 2004 LTS. For the LSTM and QLSTM comparison, these were ran on Apple 30-core GPU or an M3 MacBook, in addition to the NVIDIA RTX 3070 and 3060. And we did further performance tests in containerized NVIDIA CUDA Quantum and Lightning Node GPU for Pennyland, which is a quantum machine learning language to boost performance of the 3070 and 3060 GPUs. I'll present the results as I go forward. So the first thing is the results for the quantum generative adversarial algorithm. Here we use real-life data from Binance API, and we call for 5 different cryptocurrencies with more than 5,000 samples. One of them is BNB BTC. Sorry, is there a question? No. Okay. One of them is BNB BTC. And one of them is Ethernet BTC, XCBC, New BTC, and PPNet. So here, you see the quantum circuit. So basically, the quantum GAN that we generated, a typical GAN is when a generative circuit, circuit tries to generate fake data based on some real data. And then there is a discriminatory part of the algorithm which tries to find the fake data as the fake data is generated and actually tries to tell the people that this is fake data. So an equilibrium is reached when the generator and the discriminator, they hit a certain point, they cross a certain point in logarithmic scale, and it's a value of approximately minus 0.69. So in quantum GAN, there can be 2 different ways. One is using a quantum circuit for the generator part, which is what we did, and you see a 15-qubit circuit on the left, and then using either a generator, either a quantum circuit for a generator, for the discriminator, my apologies, or a classical discriminator. In this case, we use classical discriminator. So basically, you see the 5 bar charts there, and that kind of gives an indication of the probability of picking a value or probability of picking a specific cryptocurrency based on their market price at the time of doing this, which is approximately 15 December 2024. What we did post training the data via the QGAN, the quantum generator and classical discriminator is we used Kubo, which is quadratic unconstrained binary optimization algorithm. We used that algorithm to optimize this data with Laravel solver, and in order to select our crypto asset predicted to give maximum return, which in this case for that date was BNB BTC, which is Binance predicted BTC, basically price predicted BTC, Bitcoin. Going forward, we have LSTM and QLSTM. So the real life data, the data used was real life data from NVIDIA for 210 days till 24th of August 2024. So the classical LSTM, we used PyTorch with a hidden layers of 7, parameter size of 288, and a linear layer to convert the output to a single target value. For the QLSTM, the difference between LSTM and QLSTM is shown in the diagram on the left. in the yellow diagram, and that diagram is taken from Chen, a paper by Chen et al., which they presented in 2020 at IEEE, and you see the reference of the paper at the bottom. So the difference between the classical LSTM and the quantum LSTM is the classical LSTM's R function gets replaced by variational quantum circuits in QLSTM. That's the basic difference, without going into too much detail for time factor. So what we saw is quite interesting. As you can see on the right, so what basically we used Kennedy and Qiskit for training and simulation of the quantum circuits, and we had about 292 parameters for the QLSTM as opposed to 288 for LSTM. So what you see is, the first thing you see is the comparison of training loss between the QLSTM and the LSTM, the classical LSTM. And arguably, the QLSTM training has noises. The classical LSTM training is far more smoother. However, if you look at the test loss, you will see that towards the end of the test prediction cycle, the classical LSTM has more noise than the quantum LSTM. Now, what is the effect of this? This is interesting. As you can see, the test prediction of the images are quite small. So just to let you know, the blue one is the real data. The red line is the QLSTM data, and the blue is the classical LSTM data. As you can see on the left, in the test prediction, for the test prediction, the QLSTM is more accurate than the classical LSTM. So that's the direct result of the testing loss and training loss size you see here, even though the training was for QLSTM was worse than in LSTM, classical LSTM. And this we see here as well. The training prediction for classical LSTM was better than QLSTM, but the testing prediction, which is actually testing with unknown data, testing of a trained model with unknown data, that's better. Now the other area of interest is the training time. We initially trained it with two NVIDIA GPUs, 3060 and 3070, and their performance for training was far worse than Apple M3. Training time with CUDA-Q, you see that in the middle, and that is where we did another training towards in recent times with CU Quantum from NVIDIA, and there the training times are substantially better than, not substantially, are better than Apple M3, but substantially better in comparison to the REX training time without CUDA Quantum. And this is the power of quantum simulation. And this is where I was going with, just AI is not enough. We also need power of quantum algorithms applied with AI algorithms, which is what we have done here for real-time financial data. And on the right-hand side, bottom, you see the training and test losses, and there again, you see that the QLSTM testing loss is better than the LSTM testing loss, which means in real life, even a hybrid model like this is giving better test prediction than their classical counterpart. With this, I come to our last part, which is the QCBM, Quantum Circuits Born Machine. For this, we used the bars and stripes BUZZ dataset, and this was synthetically generated after a paper by Benedetti et al. The paper reference is at the bottom. And this is a well-known example of quantum generative models. You see a specific circuit diagram at the bottom. It is a 5-layer circuit primarily, and it is a specific form of Born machines, which are fundamentally quantum models. And what they do is they achieve synthetic data generation by generating samples according to Born's rule. It has, the reason we looked at it is because QCBM is supposed to have a larger expressive power than classical random Boltzmann machines. And this is a very new area of testing data in financial field, and that's part of the reason why we looked at it as the last part, because what we hope to do is combine QCBM with the results of QGAN, which I showed before, and actually try and achieve a better and even better results than we have here by application of quantum algorithms to generative AI or standard AI modeling. And on the right-hand side, you see a bar chart, which is a comparison of real and simulated distribution, where the red lines is the simulation by QCBM, and the blue one is an actual application. So in certain cases, you see that the quantum simulation, the QCBM, actually gives some benefits above classical algorithms, the classical side of things. With this, I stop my presentation. I'm aware that I kind of sped through stuff because for the sake of time, but at this point in time, I'd like to open it up and give you an opportunity to ask any questions. Thank you. Thank you for listening to me and having me here.
That's very interesting talk. Does the audience have any questions for the speaker? Yeah, please go ahead.
Thank you for your talk. I would like to know what is the need of the fake data and how, if there is a fake data, so what are the parameters that ensures the accuracy of the data?
Excellent question, thank you. The reason for fake data can be multitude. One of them is, in finance, the data set that is generated is massive, literally massive. Where in classical finance, people use stuff such as Monte Carlo methods, which can be computationally intensive and expensive as well. Excuse me. And the same thing applies to data I showed some use cases for material modeling and new materials. The combination of molecules or the combination of the parameters that you need in terms of generating financial data is literally massive because these are multivariate data sets. So, one way of looking at it is if we can generate synthetic data which mimics real data, and if we can characterize our models based on those, then the actual training cost, the training time, the sustainability of the whole process gets massively improved because you get a smaller subset of data. You don't have to constantly keep doing it on a daily basis. So that's one area. In terms of definition of parameter, that's a more complex area. It depends on the data sets that you're looking at and what their characterizations are. So for example, if you're looking at financial data, if you're looking at optimization of stocks, and then you need to, we can look at basically the behavior of the stock, the timeline, right? You have data from time series. So once we extract that characteristic from the real data set, which is what we have done in the LSTM versus the QLSTM area that I presented, then in that case, oh, sorry, my screen is frozen up. In these cases, it's possible to do it quite easily and simply. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you very much, Dr. Santanu. Does anyone have any other questions to the speaker? So I had one question. If the students and researchers want to try it out, what are the options of trying out your sandbox security?
Oh, that's absolutely open. So one thing I should have mentioned before, we hire PhD researchers and postdocs on a rolling basis. Okay. Please go to our website. If you find an open role, apply. If you don't find anything open, get in touch with me. My email address was on the up front. Hang on. Sorry, I have lots of slides, so please bear with me. I'll go there. So my email address is my first name, shantanu.ganguly@sandboxaq.com. Get in touch with me if you like. like I said, we have a lot of PhDs. 80% of the company are PhDs, and we hire PhDs, both students who are doing PhDs and also postdocs on a rolling basis. So it's quite possible to actually come and work for us, and B, also if you wish to try out some of these tools and stuff, we could make the simulators maybe in a limited version available for you. If you wish to, for example, try out the particulars of the paper I presented with Dr. Liang and Professor Macris. It's submission number 1041. If and when it comes out, you will find it. The paper is submitted in ICC 2025. If you like to try out some of that stuff, get in touch with me. I'll be happy to guide you out if you like code samples and stuff.
Thank you.
Like I said, I'm also happy to share the slide decks. Just let me know.
Thanks very much. That was a very interesting presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Very kind. I'll stop sharing them.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Our last presentation today in this session is talk 15. I think the authors are here, Dr. Petra Soderling, and the talk is on the role of government in enhancing quantum technology. Thank you, Dr. Petra. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you so much. You should be seeing my presentation now. Is that correct?
Yes, we do. Thank you.
Okay, lovely. Good morning from France. Good afternoon to all of you in the room. My name is Petra Soderling. I'm the head of government and consortium relations of the Quantum Strategy Institute. It's a think tank that advances the end user adoption of quantum technologies. I'm also the CEO of my own consulting company, and I'm so happy to talk about the role of government in quantum technologies, because we've heard of quantum computing and we've heard about the algorithms and how did they all get started. Well, the government has a role to play. A few words about myself. I was born in Finland. I'm Finnish American. I had a long career at Nokia, where I did a lot of interesting things. I was involved in product development, in software research and marketing. I left Nokia 2012 and moved to the US, to New York first, where I founded one startup company, and then I lived in New Orleans and Colorado, where I had founded another startup company. And my career really, when I worked at Nokia and when I was pitching to Silicon Valley VCs about my startup company, I always felt like we, the inventors in the private industry, we are the ones who come up with this technology and come up with these products. And I was always so proud about our innovations and inventions. But then in 2018, I was invited to work for the government of Finland while I lived in the US to do foreign direct investment. So in order to invest in work from a country like the US to a country like Finland that is all the way on the other side of the world, you have to come up with something that is so interesting to the American companies that they would even listen to me. And that's how I discovered the role of deep tech and emerging technologies, and eventually quantum as well, 5 years ago, and completely fell in love with quantum. But during those 4 years that I worked for the government, I realized how wrong I had been when I was thinking that it's us, the Nokia, the corporation, or the startup founders, or even the people in Silicon Valley, who would be the ones who came up with all of these technologies. It's actually the governments around the world, the taxpayers and the voters, who had decided that we want to invest in science, we want to invest in technology, we're going to do this core research, we're going to do this applied research, and that has allowed for the companies to take over. So I've been an independent consultant now for a couple of years. I consult the World Bank in the Republic of Serbia on their AI strategy implementation. I consult the European Investment Bank on financing and funding deep tech companies in Europe. I represent Finland in the ISO/IEC standardization group, JTC3. And then also during my revelation of the role of quantum, I did write a book. It's called Government and Innovation, the Economic Developer's Guide to Our Future. And it's available on Amazon, and also I host a podcast on the same theme. If you're interested, the podcast is called Deep Pockets with Petra Söderling, available anywhere you get your podcasts from. So the topic for this conference is emerging technologies and their transformative potential. We've heard about the transformative potential of quantum technologies earlier today, so I'm not going to go into detail, but I just really feel like this presentation about the government's role and quantum really nicely fits the theme of the overall conference. This year is the United Nations International Year of Quantum. That's a picture of me last week at the opening ceremony in Paris. This year, 2025, was chosen because it recognizes 100 years since the initial development of quantum mechanics. Well, it's not that straightforward, but let's say it is 100 years. I do have a timeline here that I have borrowed from Quantumpedia. Thank you, Quantumpedia, for this very nice picture. I'm not going to go into too much detail, but you see the timeline over the past 125 years. So what's happened? First, in the early 20th century, you laid the theoretical foundations of quantum mechanics as a science. And then towards 1970s, 1980s, the core science is being developed more into emerging technologies and applied science. And then towards 80s and 90s, we are moving away from the physics actually towards building algorithms, how we're using and manipulating this phenomena to our advantage as a humankind, and we're learning how to build quantum computers. We are then entering into this phase that is marked by this maroon reddish color. The race, the quantum race, really is between companies, it's between universities and research institutes, but it's also very much between countries, between governments. And of course, I will talk about the government role, but what's really happened in the past, let's say, 5 to 10 years is the role of the United States government and the EU government. And we're going to see those details later. But just to point out on the bottom row there, you see these household technology company names: Microsoft, Google, IBM, Honeywell, and you also see some pure play quantum companies, D-Wave, Rigetti, IonQ, and so forth. So we're really at the beginning of an emerging new industry, which is really lovely, especially for someone who's been through the emergence of an industry already in the past. I'm sure many of you in the audience have experienced the same as well. So what happened in 2018? Two things. First of all, the United States National Quantum Initiative Act was passed and signed by the President. This is a whole-of-government approach to ensuring the continued leadership of the United States in quantum information science and its technology applications. It established goals and priorities for 10 years, a certain authorization. It came with $1.2 billion budget for the first 5 years. Later, it was amended by the National Defense Authorization Act and the CHIPS and Science Act in 2022, both very remarkable pieces of legislation. And then last year, the US Senators introduced the National Quantum Initiative Reauthorization Act and gave an additional $2.7 billion for the next 5 years. So at the bottom of this slide, if we look at what happened first in 2018, what were the concrete results? Department of Energy established 5 national quantum information science research centers. National Science Foundation established 5 multidisciplinary centers. Excuse me. And then the National Institute of Standards and Technology allowed the formation of QEDC, the Quantum Economic Development Group, consortia for industry companies to get involved. And then last year, with this new money, $2.7 billion, the establishment of 3 new NIST quantum centers, creation of 5 additional NSF multidisciplinary centers, development of a quantum education and workforce hub, and the support for NASA for quantum satellite communications and sensing for Earth observation. And as I said, this was really a whole of government approach. These are the US agencies that contribute to and benefit from the National Quantum Initiative Act. You're not going to see all of these shields, but I can assure you that it's anyone and everyone who should be there. So it's the White House, the White House Office of Science and Technology, all of the national security agencies, there's space, there is agriculture, there is NSF Science, there is geology, there is health, there is Department of Commerce, there is Department of State, and so on. So a whole of government approach at a huge sum of money from the United States. What's happened in the EU? Same year, 2018. EU launched their quantum flagship to consolidate and expand European scientific leadership and excellence in this research area, to kickstart a competitive European industry for quantum technologies and to make Europe a dynamic and attractive region for this field. Came with 1 billion euros for 10 years, amended by EU CHIPS Act, similar to the United States, excuse me, in 2023. And this 43 billion euro EU CHIPS Act has 200 million earmarked for quantum chips. In addition, European Investment Bank Group has funding for quantum. That's where I'm working currently. European Defence Fund has funding, and European Space Agency has funding. So this is an EU level funding. In addition, you're going to see on the right-hand side, France by itself has committed 1.8 billion euros to quantum science and technologies. Germany has committed 3.3 billion, almost same as the US, which is very remarkable. And then other EU countries have committed their own national funding. So all in all, Europe is also committing a lot of money, a lot of time, and a lot of resources. So what does this money, time, and resources buy for Europe? It buys quantum computing. As part of the European High Performance Computing Joint Undertaking, the Commission is building 6 quantum computers that are going to be adjacent with the 9 HPC, the High Performance Computer Centers that are located around Europe. The money is buying European Quantum Communications Infrastructure Initiative, so they're taking existing telecommunications and other infrastructure and adding quantum capabilities for quantum key distribution, so that Europe will have a safe, quantum-safe communications network for sending secrets back and forth within Europe. And then also quantum sensing. Commission is investing money and working with ESA for sensing and again for space applications. Okay, that was the United States and Europe. What about other countries? At the Quantum Strategy Institute, the founder Brian Lenihan, founder and chair, and myself, we wrote a report late last year. It's called What Goes into a Winning National Quantum Strategy. In that study, we looked at what governments around the world are doing with quantum. So first of all, we found this study by Curica from last summer that says that a total of $42 billion has been committed worldwide. That's a lot of money, and it is centered around excuse me, around those big countries. But if you don't see your country on the map at all, or if you're in one of those countries that have only committed very small amounts of money for quantum, do not worry, because money, as maybe we've seen with DeepSeek, money isn't everything. You can do clever things with smaller amounts of money. For example, my native Finland has committed very little. I can't even see it here on the map, $40 million, but doing remarkable things in Europe and worldwide. Really amazing number of quantum companies, for example. Same with Denmark, same with the Netherlands. Not a lot of money, but a lot of results. Okay, so Brian and I looked at countries and we wanted to measure top countries using the following metrics. First of all, the money, how much they're committed. First, how many quantum companies these countries have. How many universities that have declared to be working with quantum. The number of investors, the number of enterprise users, the end users of these technologies, number of patents, and number of research papers. Okay, so I'm going to show you 7 blue slides. These are from the Quantum Insider, their intelligence platform. Thank you for this material, Alex. I will run these through quite quickly and then I will summarize. So first, we're going to see top 15 countries by government funding commitment. And you can see the bar on the left-hand side, that's China, that's $15 billion. It's their self-declared amount. But you note it says here on the slide that this is highly disputed. Many industry shareholders estimate that it's below 5 billion. It says million on the slide, but should be billion. So pretty much on par with the next countries, UK and Germany. So UK, Germany, USA, South Korea, France, India, EU as a whole, Canada, Netherlands, Denmark, Singapore, Israel, Taiwan, Japan, a handful of countries. So this is still a very exclusive club when it comes to government funding in quantum. Next statistic, top 15 countries by number of quantum involved universities, self-declared number. Here the US is a clear leader. They have 124 universities around the country who are working with quantum in one form or another. Next one is Germany, then there's India, UK, Canada, China, pretty much on par, 30, 40 universities, and then Spain, South Korea, France, Australia, Italy, Switzerland. You're going to see it's the same countries on all of these slides. Top 7 countries by count of quantum research papers, the quantity, not the quality of citations. So China is leading clearly, and then the US is following, and then the rest of these countries are quite far behind. Top 10 countries by count of quantum patents. And if you remember, the US had more universities, but China had more research papers, and then China also has way more patents than anyone else. So China is clearly leading, and then the US is pretty much on par with the WIPO global filings, and then there's South Korea, Japan, and then the EU filings. Top 15 countries by number of quantum companies. Not a surprise to anyone that America has the most companies, almost 500 companies. UK follows, 158 quantum companies. Then Germany, Canada, France, Switzerland, Netherlands. What is remarkable on this slide and all of these slides is how small these numbers are. So quantum is really, when we say it's a nascent industry, it really is a nascent industry. If you count all these companies, it's not very many companies in one, at least in my opinion, booming industry. And then top 15 countries by number of quantum investors. Again, no surprise, the US has the companies, the US has the money, 527 investors who are actively investing in quantum science and quantum technologies. UK is second, and then the rest of the world. Top 15 countries by number of quantum enterprise users. US is leading as well. And this is really one of the most important numbers on this presentation, because as we are creating and developing these new technologies and trying to form new industries, we really need buyers other than our fellow universities or governments in direct budgets, maybe from the defense budget or somewhere else. We need private companies using our technologies to either launch new products, boost their productivity, their efficiency, anything that adds value to the private industries. So US is clearly the best here. Japan is the second. They have consumer electronics industry and other industries that are using and really taking high risk with quantum, so they have their own quantum R&D teams within these companies: Germany, France, UK, and Canada. So that was the last of my blue slides from the Quantum Insider. The number of enterprise users, again, remarkable that the numbers are so small. So these are the global end users for quantum technologies. And who are they? This is from McKinsey's annual quantum study, comes out every April. So this is almost a year old information, but it doesn't matter. I'm sure it's still current. It is an estimate of which industries are more prominent to adopting quantum technology. So on the left-hand side, you see a list of industries. In the middle, you're going to see two columns. The first is the economic value of quantum technologies in this industry between 2025 and 2030, so the next 5 years. The second column in the middle is the economic value of quantum technologies in these industries between 2030 and 2035, so in 10 years' time. And then far right, you have the market size in trillions of dollars. Market size in 2035, I wouldn't worry about that too much. It's so far out, it's very artificial, that number. But what is interesting is, if we look at the list of industries, financial services currently has a medium value in quantum. In energy, chemicals, battery development, photovoltaic development has a medium economic value. Pharmaceuticals has a medium economic value in the next 5 years, according to McKinsey. But then the following 5 years, in 10 years' time, each of these four first industries, financial services, energy, transportation, logistics, and pharmaceuticals, they are going to have a high value from quantum technologies. So if you're investing, that's where I would invest right now. Not that I'm giving out any investment advice, by the way. Okay, let's summarize. What are these countries doing right? The United States, what did they do? A comprehensive whole of government national quantum strategy, almost $5 billion in budget as of today. Money goes into funding for quantum research, forming these research centers, strong public-private partnerships, focus on international collaboration, participating in global quantum initiatives, and fostering bilateral agreements, very typical to the US. What is all this investment buying them? They are the best in the number of universities. They are the best in the number of companies. They are the best in the number of investors. And they are the best in the number of enterprise users. Europe, they have launched their Quantum Flagship Initiative for a long-term, large-scale research program, 1 billion euros, projects across quantum computing, communication, simulation, and sensing, emphasizing interdisciplinary collaboration, industry participation, international cooperation, prioritizing standardization, different from the US, and the development of a skilled quantum workforce. What is all this money buying them and this input? Germany, doing really well in national funding, 3.3 billion. Germany, doing well in the number of universities. Germany has more quantum universities than China. Germany is the third in the number of research papers, third in the number of companies, third in the number of end users. France is fifth in the number of companies, and France is fourth in the number of end users. Very nice progress. China, significant strides in quantum technology driven by substantial government investments and strategic planning from the very beginning. Established leading quantum research institutes, developing a quantum communications network, advancing quantum computing capabilities, and fostering a skilled workforce. Best in number of research papers and best in the number of patents. So those were those three regions. I want to end with two pictures that you are all familiar with. First is the Gartner hype cycle. It starts when a technology is first introduced, everyone gets really revved up. This is the most fantastic thing ever. Then it reaches the peak of inflated expectations. People are like, are getting a little bit too tired of hearing about this technology plunges down to the trough of disillusionment and then gradually picks up towards the slope of enlightenment and the plateau of productivity when consumers and companies realize that, yeah, we can make money with this. So the government's role is really in the beginning. First of all, funding the core research, funding the applied research, helping the startups to get off ground, helping the industry to form, doing this with all the tools in their toolkit, taxes, laws, trade agreement, regulation, workforce, education, immigration, and so forth. And another graph that you've all seen, also crossing the chasm, same thing. When you're introducing a new product to the market, first you're selling to the innovators, then you're selling to early adopters, and then if you're not successful, you're gonna fall into the chasm and not reaching the early majority audience. So government is there to help you from the beginning with the same thing, investing in science research, boosting startups, boosting the industry, and helping with all the tools in their portfolio. This is my last slide. I just want to once again walk through the path of a new technology or a new industry. How does it come about? Because we don't want to be those arrogant people that I was, thinking that, hey, I work for this big company, or hey, I launched this startup. I'm the one who invented this thing. So first of all, governments fund and conduct core research and STEM education. This scientific research is published as scientific papers, sometimes protected by intellectual property protection means. Private companies may develop those IPs further, resulting in innovation, productization, commercialization. Government funds and conducts standardization efforts that result in harmonized, interoperable technologies ready for commercial prime time. Governments are major owners in fields that are the early adopters of quantum technologies. Hence, governments are often the first customer for a big tech company. Governments create a favorable economic environment for companies by regulating interest rates, taxes, credibility, immigration, by building and purchasing infrastructure, investing in education, investing in R&D, and then directly funding companies of all sizes. And that was my presentation. Thank you very much. If you're interested in my book, it's available on Amazon. Subscribe to my newsletter, listen to my podcast. If you have any questions or feedback at all, please reach out to petra@petroseverian.com. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Petra. That was a wonderful presentation. I would like to request the audience if they have any questions. Yeah, please. There's one question for you.
Hello. Thanks, ma'am, for a presentation. I would like to know what caused one company, despite such a high funding and all kind of support from the government, led to them into falling to the chasm. So I want to know what are the reasons that despite such a large funding, the companies fail and fall into chasm. Thank you.
That's a very good question. I don't think I have the answer. It could be multiple things. First, timing. We've seen a lot of technology companies be just too early. Another is that sometimes product creators, we love to tinkle with our product and we don't often listen to the consumer. Is this really what they want? It could be that the marketing failed, it wasn't the product's fault. It could be a number of different things. I don't think there's one answer.
Thank you. Okay, that answer your question? Yes.
Okay.
Any other question? Any other question from the audience? So I think I just had one question, maybe not very important, but why does it took so long for the quantum to diffuse into different areas? when you look at Gen AI, it's just like before we think about it, it's just everywhere. Why does it take so long?
Yeah.
We've been hearing it for so long, and just took so long to diffuse into mainstream applications, commercial products. What are your thoughts on that?
That is an excellent question. I think it's just because it's the field of physics, it's not computer science. In AI and these other computer science fields, you have all the tools available. You have the computers, you have the software, you just keep improving on those and building on those. With quantum, you're talking about physics, you're talking about entangled atoms and particles and how you create a computer, how you do the error correction, how you scale it. There are multiple technical problems there. I think Dr. Ganguly can add to that.
If I may add, sorry, I'm having video problems. If I may add very quickly, and thanks a lot for a great talk, Dr. Serling. You know, AI actually started back in 1950s, and it became, industry started to adopt it in only 2014. So since 2014, there has been 80% adoption of AI. So, you know, you're looking at 64 years of AI being in the research labs. And we are playing quantum since what, 2017, since IBM kind of opened up their cloud. So it's not that long. Sorry for interruption. My apologies.
That's really good. I think so. Will it be exploding like Gen AI has exploded everywhere? Shortly, in every front of your life? Will you predict that?
Yes. So I follow a lot of very, very smart quantum people on LinkedIn, and almost every morning when I open LinkedIn, there's another technical breakthrough. Some of them are big, some of them are small. And we do keep, in the industry, we have kept talking about the ChatGPT moment. When is that moment when the large audience is going to realize, oh my gosh, quantum, it's the best thing ever. But also in a couple of past weeks, we're talking about the DeepSeek moment. Is it all of these billions of dollars that these countries are putting in, is it the best way to develop these capabilities? It remains to be seen, but also I also want to say it's not when, there's not a point of time in the history when quantum is here. First it wasn't and now it was. It's a scale. We're already using quantum technologies. The GPS is using atomic clocks that is based on quantum technology. MRI scans are using quantum technology, so they're already here, and we're using them. We just don't know that we're using them.
Thank you. Thanks a lot for a wonderful presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I think this is the lunch time now. The session is over. Thank you.
Come on, bon appetit. Enjoy your lunch, and thanks for hosting us.